The views and opinions expressed in this podcast are those of the individual guests. If you're a sensitive snowflake that may get easily offended, then turn this off immediately. If you want to hear the real truth about the gun culture, then stick around. This is the Armed Citizen Podcast. What is going on, my Ghost Squad? Welcome to the Armed Citizen Podcast live, as always, on YouTube and over on Facebook. This is episode number 174. Today's date is January 5th, 2021. Happy New Year. This is the first show / podcast, whatever you want to call it, of 2021. And it's going to be hopefully a memorable one in a good way. We don't know yet. Obviously, if you guys are out there, the title is the Georgia Senate Runoff live results. We're going to talk about that as of right this second, updated from the AP. 22% reporting in both races are about 54 to 46. Unfortunately, going blue at this point. 22% reporting. We're always going to keep that up to date throughout the entire show. Talk about maybe what it means, what it could mean tomorrow. The Senate goes to either ratify or whatever they're going to do for the electorate and electoral college and the election. So tomorrow, the next 24 hours are going to be an interesting 24 hours. So we're going to get into that. If you guys want to throughout the show, make sure you say something. We don't know if you're certified, not ratify. You're right. Thanks, Clover. Certified, not ratify. Certify the election is tomorrow for the Senate. But if you guys want to throughout the show, go ahead and say hello. We don't know that you're out there unless you say something. If you're new to the show, new to the channel, make sure you say hello out there. Let us know where you're from. We'll definitely try to give you a shout out. If throughout the podcast, if you guys are live and you want to ask questions, tag myself or anyone on the panel, and we'll try to get those questions answered if they're relevant to the conversation. Even if they're not, it might be a fun discussion. We can go down some rabbit holes and all that. If you want to call in, yes, you can call into the show. If you want to call or text in, the number is down below. It is the Ghost Tactical Hotline presented by our good friends Rod and Shelly Gates at the Gun Cleaners. That number is 530-364-4678. It's right down there. You can check that out. If you're having a tough time and you need someone to talk to, especially if you're a veteran, reach out to me 24/7 if you want. But if you want to be anonymous and reach out to some actual professionals that could probably actually do some help for you, I'm just going to be able to listen and all that. But if you want some help, guys, utilize the Veteran Crisis Hotline. It is a wonderful service. That number is 1-800-273-8255. And as always, we're going to spotlight the United States Marine Corps. If you're interested in the Marines or becoming or earning the title of United States Marine, go check out the website, www.marines.com. So what we're going to do real quick before we get going in there, we're going to bring in some of our buddies that are going to join us. And from Ohio, The Voice, I call him The Voice, the host of the Right of the People podcast and the owner, founder, creative designer, whatever. He is the man of Budget Guns and Gear Review. We got Mike from Budget Guns. What's up, Mike? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm glad to be here, man. Thanks for the invite. You caught me on a day that I actually have a Tuesday off, so I can come hang out with you.
It's one of those where I always send you the link in hopes that maybe you have a day off or whatever. So
it's rare that I get a Tuesday, man. But if I got it, I'm here.
6 weeks or 2 months, or it's once every couple months. We're blessed to have you. So it's always awesome to see you. So I'm glad you could join us tonight. Should be an interesting conversation tonight. I understand.
I need to go get some time.
Yeah, I know. And from the great state of Texas, the tactical leprechaun himself. What's up, Clove?
I did not do it.
Okay, well, I didn't do it either. What are we talking about, by the way?
It does not matter. I did not do it.
I will keep that in mind. So before we jump in, let's give a quick another update. 26% reporting. It's getting interesting a little bit. 26% reporting. John Ossoff, the Democrat, leads his race 52.7% over David Perdue at 47.3%. So the gap is closing there. In the other senatorial race, you have Warnock is at 53.1% and Kelly Loeffler is at 46.9%. So 53 to 47 on both of those races. And typically we're talking about two Senate runoff races in the same state. So there might be a couple percentage or, per tenths of percentage points, but typically if one votes for one party, they're going to vote for the same party in both races. So you'll hear me say throughout the night with 27% reporting, it looks like it's 52 to 48 or 53-47. And that's going to be basically for both races. Like I said, one of them might be a tenth of a percentage here or there, but that's pretty much what it is. Guys, we all have our own shows and podcasts. We're all good friends. We're not going to step on each other's toes out here. So let's just have an open discussion. Don't wait for me to call your name. Just jump in. So I'm just going to throw the question out there to both of you guys. Is this something that we're surprised at, or what were Mike and Clover both? What were your expectations going into today?
You can go first, Clover.
Yeah, I'm not. We'll see. I mean, there's a lot of the shenanigans that we heard about with the national election. I gotta think that with the amount of eyes and everything that was in Georgia, and let's be honest, on both sides, you gotta think there's really probably not going to be any shenanigans going on there. That being said, this is one of those things that the power control in the Senate does sort of hang in the balance. So we've got a situation to where it's kind of like I don't know if anybody's ever seen the movie Swing Boat or whatever, but it's kind of that similar situation where you got one state that's controlling everything, and so both sides have worked Georgia really heavily. Who worked the hardest? Who is going to turn out the most? I mean, I guess we'll see. But leading up to this, one thing that's concerned me is since the general election back in November, Trump has done the Republican Party zero favors. He's done this runoff race and the Republicans in it zero favors. Talk about acting like a 3-year-old. And he acts like a 3-year-old and has pretty much since he's been in office. I am not a Trumper. I see politicians, any politician, and Trump is a politician, make no bones about it, for what they are. And I can call them when I'm seeing them. I'll call out Ted Cruz. I'll call out Brad Paul. I'll call out whoever that politician is. If they're doing something I don't agree with, I don't like it, I don't think it's right. And he's acted like a child. And I think that had he acted a little more presidential, I think we might be seeing earlier numbers, and we might not sort of be on pins and needles with what's going on here. Now, as far as the outcome, I like a balance of power. I don't like total control. When we had all Republicans once upon a time, we got the Patriot Act. When we had all Democrats once upon a time, we got Obamacare. I like separation of powers. I like separation of party. I like that power balance. Absolutely. And so I'm coming at it from that standpoint rather than we're doomed if it's.
Well, Clover and I were talking last night on the phone about this for a long while. It's one of those conversations, Clover, that, you and I need to start recording our phone conversations, because we'll go on for an hour and a half on some awesome, and it was like, why weren't we recording that? That would have been like the greatest podcast ever last night. And one of the things we talked about was, and I brought up, and you're saying the same thing, we both agreed, and I was talking with Mike before the show, is Trump has done no favors for the Republican Party as a whole. Especially in this election, but as a whole, he has really done a disservice to the party. And here's the thing, whether he's a true Republican or not, it doesn't matter. Right now, until January 20th, worst case scenario, he is the leader of the Republican Party. Whether he is what he wants to be, it makes no difference. And having that being said, there are certain things that he has responsibilities to the party for. And he has absolutely blown that since early November. He's done it for a lot. And yes, I was getting ready to update it. We're up to 30% reporting, and it's nice. It's getting better. It's getting better. We're looking at 52 to 48, basically 52 to 48 with 30%. So there is some things happening. But yeah, big face trucker that says Trump's for himself. He always has been. And let's make no mistake. He was a self-proclaimed Democrat back in the 80s. He has been one of these people that will vote or support both candidates, but he'll vote or support whoever's going to make him, as a businessman throughout his career, the most money. And that's okay. But once again, until he leaves the Oval Office, he is the leader of the Republican Party, and he has certain responsibilities to the party that he has failed with. Mike, I want to bring you in and kind of get your quick thoughts on Trump and everything that's happened over the last, I don't know, a couple months, but especially leading into today.
I think this, and I hope I'm wrong. Let me preface my remarks by saying I hope I'm wrong. But I think this Georgia Senate runoff was a foregone conclusion. I am of the camp that believes there was skullduggery in the national election. I believe that the Democrats stole it because they're ruthless politicians. I think that's the worst curse I can say, is they're politicians, and they're ruthless. And I think that they stole the election, and I think that they're smart enough to steal. If they're going to steal the White House, they're going to get the Senate too, so that they have all three. So that they have the two houses in the legislation plus the executive. That way they can go ahead and pack the courts and have the judiciary.
Yep.
And then they'll have all three branches of government. That's what they want. That's what this is all about. I think we're going to end up with a 50 Democrat, 50 Republican, and vice president with the tiebreaker. That's what I think is going to end up happening. And the Republicans are going to have to work to fight tooth and nail on everything that they want to get stopped, to try to flip at least one Democrat and not lose any Republican votes.
And let's be
and
frank.
That ain't going to happen.
I hate to jump in and interrupt you, but you hit the nail on the head. I don't think we're neither party has served us well in recent times, and I don't see that happening.
No,
they can, because they can allow the Democrats to pass whatever, and they can place blame and go, see, we tried to stop them. You need to vote more Republicans in. No, you need to do your job and filibuster, do whatever you got to do, to put the kibosh on it.
Kevin points out that Obama had all three and nothing happened, and he's right. But that's because the rules in the Senate were different then. They could filibuster things. They needed supermajorities for things that they don't need it for now.
Right. They had the supermajority of 60. And I don't think that Obama ever had all three. Yeah,
he did. That's how he got Obamacare.
Is that the term?
Yeah, and among other things. And so while he did not get any. So here's the issue. A lot of people gloss over this, and this is important. Obama had a legacy piece of legislation in Obamacare. He expended all of his political capital while he had both chambers to pass his legacy piece of legislation, which is Obamacare, right? So it's a little bit disingenuous to go, Obama had both houses and he wasn't able to pass any talking about gun control. Well, they really didn't try because he was focused on his legacy. So
he never really went after it. Yep.
So that's potentially a positive. That's potentially a light at the end of the tunnel. So what does Biden want to be known for? Does he want to be known for the person that brought us from the brink with the going on? Does he want to be known for the person that, I don't know. I mean, trade as far as the resuscitating the economy after the cough, what is his legacy piece of legislation? Is it gun control? I don't know that it is. Now, Harris, on the other hand, quite possible.
Gun control is high on their priority list.
There's a part of me that says that
a lot of people thought it was high on Obama's too.
Yeah, I don't necessarily.
In order to get their party's nomination, this was the centerpiece of their campaigns. They wisely backed off on it during the general election, and Trump stupidly didn't bring it up, even though they could have lambasted him with the bump stock thing. He still could have done everything he could to point out that, this happened and that's on me. I stand by it, because if you're going to do something, you better stand by it. I stand by it, but you know what? Here's what this guy wants to do, and it's going to be far worse than anything I've ever done.
Yeah, and remember, we're talking about also, this is just, I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but this is just my thought on Biden. And Clover knows my thoughts on Biden. What's up, Jade AVO? What's going on, man? The problem that I see with Biden is I don't necessarily think that Biden lines up with a lot of the liberal Democratic side of things. I think he is much more of a I think, and Clover said this months ago, it makes sense. Biden wanted to be president. I think he's been there for 40 years and wanted to be president. I don't think he really wanted to be this I think he just wanted to be president. And I think he said what he needed to say to go along party lines. I don't think that Biden is the one that we have to be scared of personally.
Biden ain't going to be president for long.
Huh?
Biden ain't going to be president for long.
I see. I don't see that. I don't see that.
I see him being 25th Amendmented quickly.
It is way more difficult.
Way hard than just a piece of paper. Yeah, it is way hard for just a piece of paper. I really do think he's going to go down kicking and fighting. I don't think. I'm not saying he may not deserve with dimension, all that, but it's not just as simple as signing the 25th Amendment. There's a lot of stuff that goes into that whole process. Do I think they're going to try? Hell yes. Interestingly enough, it's a side thing, and Clover and I had one of the best conversations.
According to the Washington Post, both races are about 55 to 45.
They are. Yeah, I'm watching AP with 40%, which is a little bump right there for the Dems, but 40% reporting now, 55-45 in both of them, or 56-44, honestly, for both of them. Nice little bump there. We went from 26% to 30%, so there you go. But the conversation that Clover and I were talking about last night, which I thought was an interesting one, it came down to Pelosi, and she was reelected as Speaker of the House. But there is some interesting shit going on with that. She only got it by a couple votes. And I had heard about a month ago that there was a lot of talk about her not being reelected as Speaker of the House. And it was really, what is it, 214 to get it? She ended up getting 216. Is that right, Clover?
Yeah. There was 11 Democrats that did not vote for her.
11 Democrats that did.
Do you know who they were?
No, I could look that up. I don't know if I can look it up while we're live on the air, but that is a matter of record. So, yeah.
Now, Hans out there does say that it is set up for him to step down and all that. I'm not saying that it's not going to happen. I just have a feeling that he's worked so long and hard for himself to get to this point. He ain't going down just because Pelosi and Harris want him to step down. I really, really, really think he's going to give now, it might come down to a second term. He may not run for a second term type thing. I just don't see the 25th unless there is, he is losing his shit all the time. And the doctors are saying this guy's gone. Like, he doesn't need to be in charge. If it's just they don't want him, I think that you're going to see him fighting for that position harder than people think. Now, it might come down to the deal is there's not going to be a second term, pal. Who knows? It's just weird. But any thoughts on Pelosi narrowly escaping the jaws of another re-election there?
I just looked through the list of representatives that voted against her, and I haven't heard of any of them except Anthony Brindisi of New York. Yeah. Anthony Brindisi, Jim Cooper, Jason Crow, Joe Cunningham, Jared Golden, Ron Kind, Connor Lamb, Ben McAdams, Kathleen Rice, Max Rose, Kurt Schrader, Mike Sherrill, Alyssa Slotkin, Abigail Spanberger, and Jeff Van Drew
voted against her.
Whom voted present.
So not against.
Not against.
Some of them voted for other people, but yeah, most of them voted present. One of them even voted for Joe Biden. The first one did.
That's a lot more than 11. So that tells me there were some Republican votes for Pelosi. It's interesting. Interesting. All right, so let's get an update. 40% reporting. 55-45, basically. 55-45. Okay, here's an interesting one. Graylin Brown says, first of all, I don't remember seeing Graylin out there. Welcome. If this is your first time, thanks for stopping by. Says, you want a conspiracy? I think Trump is working with the Dems on the low. He's single-handedly screwed over the Republican Party. Yeah, we were mentioning that earlier when we first started, is he has been no friend to the Republican Party. Not just in the last couple of months, but as Clover said, it's damn near been his entire presidency. He has not been, for the first 2 years, he did have the House and the Senate and got nothing done, especially when it comes down to what we would like is we could have gotten the hearing protection. We could have gotten national reciprocity. I remember him coming out and saying after the fact that, if those would have reached my desk, I would have signed them. Well, you know what? There is a thing of being the president and calling the leadership of both houses and saying, I want to see this on my desk, make this shit happen. And usually it does a lot of and that obviously didn't happen, because if he would have called the speaker and even directed the Vice President Pence, who is the president of the Senate, and say, look, I want to see both these pieces of legislation on my desk for me to sign, it would have happened. That's just the way it goes. And obviously that didn't happen. So it means that conversation didn't happen. What do you guys think about the opportunities squandered by the Trump administration the first 2 years? Is that something that you expected, or was it a surprise to you guys?
Oh, it didn't surprise me, because he didn't have a filibuster-proof supermajority. That's why the Hearing Protection Act would have never passed. National reciprocity would have never passed. It would have gotten a simple majority, but it wouldn't have been filibuster-proof. And they weren't going to deploy the nuclear option on those bills.
Nope. But it would have been nice for him to have pushed that and said, not after the fact. Once he knows it's done. Once he knows it's done. Oh, I would have signed those if it would have been my desk. You know what? Then you need to have been publicly out there saying, get these to my desk, And I get it. There's a lot of games in Washington. You've got to give up some stuff to get some stuff that you want. And maybe there was some foreign stuff and foreign policy stuff that he needed to get done. There was other
too busy trying to get the wall built.
That
he was trying to get his legacy legislation through.
That's the thing about the wall, is how much of his presidency was about the wall. And I think that you're right. I think that was his legacy. And I think that screwed over so many things, because he was making deals to get that wall built. And it's just, it is what it is. Yep.
That and repeal or replace Obamacare. Those two things were what his focus was.
Yeah, but I think he honestly knew, to be honest, this is just my opinion. I think that he knew, as egregious as Obamacare is, I think he pretty much knew that wasn't going to happen. The repeal of Obamacare was going to be, it was easier for him to get the wall done than to get Obamacare repealed. Let's just be real about it, unfortunately. And D-Tim says, don't forget that Trump ever had a filibuster proof. That's what we were just talking about. He never had a supermajority.
So can I throw? I went back and I looked at some numbers. So let me throw a ray of sunshine in here for a second.
All right.
Let's talk assault weapons ban in 1994.
Okay.
At that particular point, there were Democrats held the House 235 to 195. Democrats have less than that as far as their control this time around. And it took a vote of 258 to 176.
So there were 20 Republicans that went on
to pass that. So they had to shift back then. There were Republicans that joined the Democrats, even back then with Democrats having more seats.
Yep.
There still had to be Republicans join in order for it to pass. Yeah. I don't see that.
Not in today's climate. The climate back in 94, which was really about 92 to 93 that was getting this thing going. The climate was much different than it is now. Especially
hindsight is 2020, especially since if you look at and you see the Newt Gingrich takeover of 94 that happened as a result of that, among other things, but as a result of that too.
Yep. No doubt. It's going to be.
I think you brought up something important, is that for when it comes to Second Amendment related issues anyway, for another assault weapons ban, which will be an assault weapons ban on steroids. I think we could all agree on that. For that to happen, every Democrat's going to have to vote for it. Or at least they're going to have to ensure that a significant portion of Democrats who are in otherwise red states vote for it. And that's going to be tough.
Yeah.
That means that us as a community can still fight this. While I believe that the Senate runoff race is a foregone conclusion, it'll be 50-50 plus one. That's not to say that we're completely done. We can still fight this. We can still have influence. We can still put pressure on the Congress critters, elected representatives, to let them know that these things are not acceptable. Is it going to be harder? Yeah.
Sure.
Is it still doable? Yes. That doesn't mean we should just say, oh, the hell with it. I'm going to run off and live on a mountaintop and just grow my own beets and raise rabbits and leave society alone.
I'm not going off the grid. I can promise you that.
I think it's going to take a little bit. We're going to have to learn. We're going to have to learn politics. Many of us out here.
Wrong with that.
Many of us out here don't understand politics. We don't understand how Washington works. We don't understand I'm a bill on Capitol Hill, how all that works. We don't understand that. And so we complain about the wrong things. We also tend to be one dynamic a lot of times, and we don't think about other things. And here's where the political posturing comes into play. It goes back into what I talked about with Obama. He said, take their Bibles and their guns and whatever. And if you were around back then and you were a part of the firearm community, then you seen that how everybody was totally freaked out over Obama, and essentially nothing happened under Obama, right? And everybody was totally freaked out. It was going to be the end of the world. The Tea Party rose to this absolute pinnacle of power during that time as a result of that, and everything else. And literally, it was a fizzle. I mean, with the exception of Obamacare, obviously being a huge pooch screw basically, and some other little things that happened. As far as 2A, not a whole lot, right? So what we need to do is we need to be paying attention to these other things that potentially we can misdirect, right? So if Biden wants credit for stopping the then get on board, misdirect with that crap. You know what I'm saying? Let him have it, baby. I don't care. I don't care if he goes down in the history books as the man that solved the thing. Just leave my 2A alone. And if it takes me letting him have that credit to keep my 2A, I'm all for it.
Yep. The interesting thing, and you guys know me, I am very much an optimist. I try to make silver out of shit if I can. I'm really don't. And someone said if there is another assault weapons ban, it's going to be an assault weapons ban on steroids. I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. Maybe I'm naive. Very well. Maybe I'm just stupid. Both of them are very, very possible.
Well, I don't think they put a sunset clause in.
Hold on. I think what the I think what'll happen is you won't see the weapons ban. What you're gonna see is an extremely exorbitant tax on ammo and accessory items that, whatever you want to call them. But I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna try to go after ammo. They can tax ammo to where it's almost gonna be bad for someone to try to go out and buy ammo. So you can have your guns, you just can't shoot them.
I think they're going to do that too.
You really do think there's going to be an actual assault weapons ban? I don't.
There's
so many of them out there.
Thing that they've done, quote unquote, banned certain firearms by feature and by name. A list of hundreds of them.
I understand.
They're going to do that. Well, let me rephrase this. They're going to attempt to do this. It's up to us to act to try to stop them. They're going to attempt to do this yet again. I mean, their history has shown me nothing to make me believe that they won't attempt it, particularly if they have both houses of Congress and the White House, and especially if they are able to pack the courts.
Yeah.
Sure. Why wouldn't they try?
I'm not saying they're not going to try. I just don't think it's going to happen. So I think what they're going to do is, what I'm saying is I think it's what they've learned is. It's just all right. I think what they've learned is you start talking. They learned in 2013 what happens when you start talking about taking away assault weapons, the ARs, platforms, and all of that. They learned the lesson that, man, we kind of got bitch slapped when that happened. So instead of going after this, like I said, maybe I'm just an optimist. I don't think they're going to go after the assault weapons. I think they're going to go after ammo. I think they're going to tax the shit out of ammo and magazines and different shit like that, to where it's going to be, you can have your gun, but what are you going to shoot them with? So they're going to backdoor. I think they've learned the lesson. I hope not. I hope nothing of this happens.
I think they're going to go after all of it, and what you're talking about might be what they end up getting.
Sure, they're going to throw 1,000 things at the wall and see what.
I think that we don't do ourselves any favors if we ever say, "Well, that's not going to happen." We have to always believe that it could happen and work to prevent it. That's how I see it.
No. Now, this is rare. So, breaking news. Tack Daddy has a good point. Holy shit. What is going on with this world? No, but Kevin says the country watched the riots and decided not to wait for the police. The 2A is stronger than ever. And that's why I think that's why I'm holding out that the assault weapon, because there are so many new gun owners, of which a lot of them voted Democrat. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to hope. And he said he's high. That's why. And he's probably on some medication, and that's all good. Say something.
What I was going to say. He's probably just repeating things he heard on Call of Duty. I mean, let's be honest. That
very well could be.
Yeah.
The 14-year-olds he's playing with online are but no, there is a point to that. That is a relative good point. Is there are a lot of new gun owners, and the 2A is strong right now as a country. So that's what I'm saying is I agree with you, Mike. They're going to throw 1,000 things at the wall. The couple of things that might stick could be the ammo, could be magazines, could be red dots, or could be pistol braces, could be polymer 80s. They're going to try to figure out something. But I don't think that we're going to see an assault weapons ban that we saw in 94. I'm not saying that what we're going to see might not be worse. Who knows? Oh, I'm not. Absolutely, they're going to try. I just don't think they've got I don't think they've got the power nor the balls to do another assault weapons ban and get it through, to sell whatever they need to sell their souls to get it passed. I don't think, maybe it was you or Chloe, I can't remember. I don't think this is the legacy that Biden wants, is the assault weapons ban. He claimed, he talked about the assault weapons ban in 94. He was one that championed and all that. Great, fine. He was trying to get elected. I don't think when it comes down to it, maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe, like I said, I'm either naive or stupid. I don't know. What do you guys think? Clover, I know you're going to jump in.
Yeah, I want to mention something that Rich out there says. He's talking about Obama and some of the exporting things. Yeah, I mean, what we're talking about, we're talking about Congress and the power balance there being the issue with the elections, the special elections in Georgia. So what we're talking about legislative stuff. We're not talking about executive. Any president can do whatever executive thing through the bureaucracy of the executive branch, whether it's constitutional or not. They can try to pull whatever they want to pull. With that being said, what Rich brought up out there reminds me of something when we talk about what they can do, right? So we're talking about the legislative thing, and that's what we need to be focused on right now, of course. But when we talk about bureaucracy, when we talk about a Biden-Harris or Biden bureaucracy, keep in mind manufacturers pay ITAR taxes, among various other things that are controlled by, as Rich points out, the State Department, right? So here's the thing. It's kind of like me talking about the comment period that I hope people went and commented with the comptroller, the United States comptroller. We need to be paying attention to, everybody wants to pay attention to the ATF, and they don't want to pay attention to other bureaucratic elements that can deal us a bad hand as well, like the State Department, like the comptroller's office, whatever it might be. And we need to be paying attention on all fronts, folks. So just these big channels and everybody else, they're going to bring you the good, juicy, meaty thing that the ATF is banning this or doing that, because algorithmically, that's a really good play. But when you go, the comptroller is trying to do this or the State Department is trying to do this, you ain't going to get near as much traction on it, folks. So it's going to fall on all of us to be paying attention to those multiple elements of bureaucracy and make sure that they're not backdooring things, as Rich pointed out, through some kind of executive action with those bureaucrats.
Yeah, Tat says that 70 million Trumpists were just roll over all of a sudden. When Biden's in the White House, they will not be solid. Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, and we talked about this earlier, is if the worst case scenario happens where the Senate certifies tomorrow, as of right now, let's give a quick update. 46% reporting. It is basically 54 to 46 in both races. Blue. All that happens plus stacking the court. Worst case scenario. Remember, it's going to have to happen pretty quickly. I think that the midterm elections are going to be really interesting. If all this goes down, the midterm elections are going to be really interesting. So they're going to have to get a lot of shit done in 2 years. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. And I don't know if they're going to be able to get all that stuff done, because they're still going to have to worry about, first and foremost, the cough, and the economy. So those are over the next, at least the next calendar year, is going to be the biggest thing. So how much are they going to have to spend to get their stuff done for the cough, and the economy to get that done instead of some of the other stuff? I'm just saying, I'm knocking on wood. That's all I'm doing. So, and yes, if Freedom Stands Tactical says I'm naive, I guess I'm not saying that I'm not. I told you I very well could be naive. But I also could be playing fucking stupid right now too. So don't let me fool you.
So right, with the Georgia elections, I've got a live thing up as well that also has some projections and probability scales.
Okay, that are by IP only, yeah.
That are updating. And so while we're looking at these percentages and numbers, we're talking about a large number of votes, and we're talking about a lot of precincts, and some precincts are at some percentage and others that are other percentages, and we're talking about urban areas and a lot of things. So just to point out the probability scales that I'm looking at are still the needles. It's on a needle, right, from one candidate to the next. Both of the needles in both of these races is in the toss-up.
Oh, sure.
Section of that. And you've got a little bit more lean with Warnock than you do with Ossoff. So right now it looks like it could be a potential. There could be a split on this.
It could be. And that's fine. Assuming, okay, so we should have prefaced this ahead of time. As of right now, the Senate breakdown is 50 to 48 Republican by name, by party, whatever. We're going parties now, 50 to 48. The Democrats need both of these seats, not just one, but both of them to make it 50-50 to where the tiebreaker would then be the Vice President-elect Harris, assuming that happens, okay? So that's why both of these seats, if one of these seats goes Republican, we're talking a whole different ballgame. With the assumption that everything goes down party lines during these votes in the Senate. We don't know that's going to happen, which they won't, but you never know. But with the assumption of party line voting, that's all we can assume at this point. So the Democrats have to get both of these seats. If they get one of them, it could be a whole different ballgame. Let's just 49% reporting right now, 49%. It is 53 to 47 or 54 to 46 with the percentage points. As of right now, Ossoff is at 53.5% to produce 46.7. Warnock is 53.7 over Loeffler's 46.3.
So I'm looking in the Augusta area. I'm looking in the Atlanta area right now.
Yep.
And so most of your urban centers are really high in the percent reporting right now. So keep that in mind too. The rest of the state, not necessarily so much, but the urban centers are really high. They're almost done, it looks like, as far as percentage wise.
Now, this is an interesting thing because this is not too far fetched, unfortunately. Joe Son brings up, and I don't know about Murkowski, but if it splits, look for Romney. I think that if there would be a flip, Romney is one that you can actually, because that's actually been kind of out there for a while. I don't know about Murkowski.
He's a Democrat already, so why not?
Right.
I tend to think if Murkowski was going to flip, she would have flipped long before.
I would have too. Like I said, I don't know enough about the history if that's just out there. But Romney is something that actually could happen.
Romney could get by with it in his district or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that Murkowski could survive a flip.
I don't think she could. But if she, like I said, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying Murkowski's going to do this. I do think that Romney's a viable potential there. I don't know with the political tide possibly changing if that's just something that Murkowski they're saying about her, or she made comments before. I don't know.
So you've got an issue, and I tell the story all the time about the justice of the peace here. Black lady was a clerk there for the court for years, became justice of the peace, was an amazing justice of the peace. Democrat, right? No surprise, you know.
Sure.
And we had a political shift that went on. The Democrats here in Texas done some stupid stuff, blah, 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 blah. A lot of Democrats went Republican and all this other stuff because of that. She wouldn't flip, and people were begging her to flip parties. Please flip, Republican, please flip. If you don't flip, then, you're not going to win re-election. Even though everybody loves you, you're not going to win because you're not going to be associated with the right party for the makeup of the
because people
county,
are
right?
going to go up and vote that party, which means they vote for everyone in that party.
Yeah, and so she didn't, and she lost to, in my opinion, a lesser candidate, a lesser person. And don't get me wrong, he's done okay as a JP, but he's not Miss Vera. Miss Vera was awesome. So the Murkowski thing, I think, is a similar demographic, right? So Romney, I think with his home district and everything, I think he can survive that. I think he could go Democrat, and it wouldn't be that big a deal for him. Yeah. I don't think Murkowski has that luxury. I think if she goes Democrat, she loses the primary.
Yeah, if you look at Utah in general, in the last 5 to 10 years, everything surrounding Utah seemingly has gone blue. And so it may not be that big of a reach to think that Romney may feel that he has, with his power of name and his longevity and how long he's been there, name recognition in the state, he may think that, hell, at this point, my name is stronger than party at this point in the state of Utah. And maybe that's it. And that's why I think that if there is going to be one, I think it would be Romney, because I think at this point, his name and legacy in Utah is stronger than his party ties in Utah.
Yeah.
So,
and Murkowski, I don't think has that on a national level, whatever. I just don't think she does. I mean, she's been a pivotal vote in a lot of different things, and she certainly swung one way or another. Right. But for the most part, nobody knows who she is. Not like, she hasn't been a presidential candidate and so forth and so on.
Absolutely. Real quick before we start talking about JMA, I want to send a shout out to JMA, and JMA is going to be having a shop coming out here pretty soon, and he sent me got it in the mail yesterday, and he said he sent me a text a couple weeks ago and said, I want to send you a get home pack, not a bug out, not a whatever, not an assault pack, not a 3-day, a get home pack with some different products that he's thinking about putting into this thing. And I get it yesterday and open up, and I'll be posting some pictures and all that, doing reviews. He wants me to review some of these products, make sure that they're good to go before he puts it out there. Man, awesome stuff. So first shout out to JMA, but be looking out. I'll be doing some stuff on YouTube, on Instagram, and especially on Gear Report. I'll be doing a lot of stuff on Gear Report with a lot of these items. So it's awesome. So I just want to say thank you, my brother, JMA. If this is what he's going to put out there to sell, there's going to be some people that are going to be really, really, really excited about a get home pack that all that stuff. So sorry, he just mentioned it, so I wanted to bring that because I will forget.
I can't wait to see this stuff. That's right up my alley.
Oh yeah, you'll love it, Mike. Really good stuff. I mean, we had some ready to eat barbecue sandwiches. Really cool. I mean, stuff. But he sent a survival watch with a compass on there, knife, first aid kit, blankets, paracord. I mean, it's a lot of stuff and all that. So we're looking really forward to doing that. But anyways, let's get back to what people are not wanting to listen to me talk about gear right now. 52% reporting. It looks like it's 53 to 47. So, once again, it's going to be within that. I think it's going to be within that margin of error. And that margin of error they say is 3 to 5%. I think it moves like 3%. They say it could go out to 5%. I think it's going to be close. Now, I have not looked up. I've been busy. What happens if it is within that margin of error? Even in a runoff, can there be a demanded recount, automatic recount, or is whatever happens tonight happens in a runoff? Anybody know?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. I would assume that there potentially could be a recount. I don't know why there couldn't be a recount.
I didn't know on a special election runoff. I didn't know if there was an automatic.
I think there has to be. Whatever. I think there has to be reason. It has to be within a certain margin, and then there has to be some reasoning behind it. And again, I think it's done. I think once it's decided, it's done. I don't think you'll see a recount or anything because there's been so many eyes and onlookers and watchers and people looking at this that they're going to say there's too many eyes for there to be shenanigans and things going on. There's too many people. There's just are. So it's over once this vote. That's my guess.
And then we talk about the certification tomorrow in the Senate. And I know that there has been scuttlebutt. There has been talk of the last couple of weeks of some crazy fireworks potential that could go down tomorrow in the chamber. And maybe there will be. Maybe we're all in for a surprise. I don't see it. I think that even the Republican senators over there are going, even our constituents are telling us enough's enough. I don't know, but I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I really don't.
I think they're playing this because they want that Trump's gone now. I mean, in what? 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever. 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks it is. And so they don't have that Trump train to ride. They're going to have to, kind of harness
maybe a good thing. Maybe a good thing.
What he had. I think ultimately it will be, personally. People need to move on and realize Trump was what he was. And maybe once he's gone, they'll, hindsight's 2020, and maybe they'll start to figure that out and they'll make a little better decisions moving forward. But I think what you're seeing with a lot of this, with objection to the certification and all this other stuff, is literally them trying to win political points with Trump's core constituents or whatever. And I think it's silly. I think it's silly that you would even do that. But
it's grandstanding.
But it also gets, some of the shenanigans. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that wasn't some weird stuff, unexplainable. Wow, that's a coincidence. Whatever that went on, right? You could call it a whatever level. Well, I'm just saying, you could call it whatever level of shenanigan you want to call it, right? Yeah. But there's no denying that some crazy stuff went on. And so at the very least, one of the positives maybe of them doing this is that it gets that in the record, right, officially, so that potentially it's like, oh, if we're going to do this in the future, we've got to try to do a better job of hiding it, or maybe we've got better poll watchers in the future, maybe we got a different system of voting, maybe the whole election rules and everything else are overhauled because of it, because of what is entered into evidence during the objections or whatever. I don't know. But I go back. I agree with you, Budget. I think that basically it's Republican grandstanding and an effort to, siphon off as much of Trump's base for them in 2 years as they can possibly get.
Boom. There you go. I think that is everyone's looking at midterm elections right now. And honestly, they probably should be. Let's just be real about it. Once again, Trump has been no friend to the Republican Party, like you said, for his entire term, but especially in the last 2 months, has been no friend of the Republican Party. And that's sad, because until January 20th, he is still the leader of the Republican Party. He had specific and certain responsibilities to the party, not to his presidency. And some of the stuff that he has done in Georgia just in the last week probably caused this to happen. I hate to say it, but that's just probably what's going to happen.
So Joe Son out there, it's been a while back, I'm sure, but says the Dems would sacrifice. He says the Dems would sacrifice the Senate in 2022. They could get a lot done between now and then. Don't kid yourself. Republicans do the same thing. That's the problem. Politicians see things in 2 years at the very most. It's aggravating, because that's just the way they act. They operate from election cycle to election cycle, and they don't even view the election cycle when they're doing what they're doing.
Correct. Clover, I want to ask you to kind of look at your website that you're looking at, because I want to report this. A nice little bump here. 55% reporting, 52 to 48 in both races. So we've gained a couple of points here. I wanted to know what they're saying on the website that you're looking at, maybe for as far as things go.
Yeah. So I am. Let me see if I can figure out. So I'm looking at New York Times, and I did this for a reason. I knew you were looking at AP, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna look at something else, so we can kind of compare and see what's going on. Same thing, 55 reporting. Yeah, I agree with you. Basically, 52-48. Slight edge, slightly more of an edge in the Warnock, race.
Warnock's at 52.1 and Ossoff is 51.8. So yeah.
So slightly there. Still a lot of rural areas. Some that there's 0 votes in. Multiple counties with 0% reporting. And like I said, the urban
more rural. You said more rural, or have a lot of 0 reporting?
A lot. There's a lot of rural. I would say I'm looking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, maybe a dozen or more counties with 0 reporting that are rural counties. And then most of the urban Most of the urban are 80% plus reporting in the urbans. So,
I
and
sure hope that's what we're seeing, and that once the
so.
rural counties start coming in, that these leads dissolve, and as a matter of fact, it flips the other way.
right.
That would be great.
Ossoff is at 51.5 to 48.5. So Purdue is coming back.
Well, that's the one. There's a 0.8 offset. Looking at the forecast meters, that I'm looking at here, that it's got 0.8 offset in this scale, whatever you call it, to Ossoff right now, 0.8. So that's Purdue. 1.3 offset with Warnock. So again, we're looking at Purdue is doing way better against Ossoff than or in relation to the loafer Warnock is doing better. So it's potential. I mean, we could see a split. It could happen.
All right, so this is a great question from Freedom Stands Tactical out there, because I mentioned earlier that I'm still upset because Trump has a responsibility to the party. And he says, why do I think that Trump had a responsibility to the party over the people? I never said that. I never said that his responsibilities were to the party over the people. What I'm saying to you is he has gone rogue, well, for basically all 4 years, but especially since November, he's gone rogue to where he is worried about himself getting the election and his ego not to be hurt for losing the election to Biden, that he has forgotten that there are other races out there, like the 2 Senate seats in Georgia, that were still not done. He had a responsibility to be the leader of the Republican Party and not just go rogue and fucking weirdo ego guy on himself. And I'm not saying, I never said that his responsibility was to the party over the people. It was the responsibility of the party over himself being elected or being certified to be the president. That was what I'm trying to say is he's gone absolutely ape shit, balls to the wall, egomaniac, refusing to take the fact that he probably lost this presidential election, but has forgotten that these other 2 races were happening. That was what I was saying.
Well, and even with that, since the election, my thing is, what has he even done for the people?
Yeah.
It's like he's been so consumed with himself and losing face, or, that he got beat, or whatever the case may be. He's been so obsessed with that he's not even aligned with the people at this point. I don't know who he's aligned with except for himself.
That's
Trump
what I'm saying.
Trump right now is too busy with they cheated, they did not beat me, this is not fair. That he's forgotten that fair is where you go to ride rides and eat cotton candy, and it has nothing to do with the situation at hand.
Mm-hmm. So
real quick, we had a nice little bump there. 59% reporting. Ossoff 50.6. It's 50.6 to 49.4. And the other race with Warnock and Loeffler is 51.49. This is getting interesting, folks. Just saying.
Yeah. As those rule stuff comes in, I think so. Yeah, you said that, and I forgot what I was going to. Talking about Trump. I heard something the other day, and it very well could be true. And so I'm going to throw. It's food for thought. I mean, something to think about. But Trump is raising as much cane as he possibly can on the way out, because I heard some people wargaming and talking about this. People much more smarter than I, that were placing bets on how long it is once Trump's out of office before he starts his own news organization.
Oh yeah, that would be great.
I think it's going to happen.
Yeah.
The guy can't help himself.
He'll start his own, or you think he'll buy One American News Network?
Either way, but I mean, it's he's going to get into the media game. Yeah.
There will be a Trump media, Trump news, whatever you want to, Trump news network. There definitely will, because he can't help himself. He really can't. He cannot help himself. Freedom Stands Tactical says pardons. Pardons. There are going to be some there's already been a few interesting ones.
Yes, they have.
I think there's more to come. I really do. I think there's more to come the next 2 weeks.
So he's caught a lot of flack for pardons with business associates and other things like that. That's normal. Just so you are aware. If I was president of the United States and I was going out and I had somebody that I'd done business with or somebody, there's pardons, and then there's, what is it when they do excommunicating or
commuting?
Commuting. Yeah.
Commute the sentence.
So it's two different things he can do.
Go look back at Clinton, go look at Bush, go look back at Obama. They all do that.
Clinton did a lot of
Clinton was
some shady people.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm sure Slick really made a lot of money off those pardons.
It's not uncommon. And if I was a president in leaving, I would throw some favors like that to some friends or whatever. I mean, come on,
no doubt. Rich is like, he didn't pardon, and he's not done yet. I don't think he's done with the pardons, but he said he didn't pardon anywhere near as many as Obama. Obama had pardoned more than all other presidents combined. Oh, it was, and there was some literally the morning of the 20th. I mean, it was crazy to see some of the stuff. Okay, 60% reporting, 50-50.
Oh,
Ossoff and Warnock is 51-49. It's interesting. We only need one, assuming we like to get both, but assuming, once again, we're making a lot of assumptions here, guys. We're not in DuPont circle, so we don't know, but we're assuming that when the votes come down in the Senate, that they're going to vote pretty much down party lines. So if we do it 51-49, they're going to have to flip at least one Republican and keep all the Democrats. So that's what I'm saying, is we're assuming party line votes here, which may not happen much anymore. I don't know, but we're assuming party line votes here.
Well, I had a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry. Hold on, Clover. Go ahead, Mike.
I was watching a speech that Don Jr. did about this a woman garbage. And it got me to thinking, is he going to try to be the next W? Because he sure seemed awful political. He seemed like he was campaigning, and not just for these people here in Georgia.
Wait, what? I was spacing out looking at poll results. Well, I mean, election results. What did you say?
Donald Trump Jr. made a speech the other day, maybe even today, about this amen and a woman crap that the preacher did it when the House was sworn in.
Right.
And it seemed to me like a campaign speech. Now, yes, he was a stumping for the Georgia Republicans, but, do you think he wants to be the next W?
I don't know. I think yes. My short answer is yes. I don't think he can. I think the one of the family that literally could be someone is Ivanka.
Yeah.
I truly think that Ivanka has
she could be the first
whatever it is, she's incredibly brilliant. Yeah. She's not afraid of the big boys talk. She can hang a conversation with any guy out there, and she's an attractive woman. She is. I think there's a reason why she has been quiet the last 4 years. I think that Trump Jr. has done a phenomenal job doing what he's doing. And I think that he could be maybe a gubernatorial, a representative, a senator. If you want to talk someone that has a legitimate chance at doing something special, my personal opinion is Ivanka. Clover, what about you?
No, I mean, I would agree. I mean, I would think right now, if we look at that, now you take Kamala and you think, you talk about Biden and the BP and successor and that sort of thing.
Sure.
It's very likely we're looking at Kamala as the first female president, the first elected female president.
Could be
if you're looking down the road for that, Ivanka's really high on that list for sure.
Yeah, I think that
as anti-gun as she is, I hope not. Sorry.
Well, understand that when you're talking about what goes into a candidate, she literally checks all the boxes.
Yeah.
She literally checks. We're talking candidate here. We're not talking politics and all that. I think that she checks the boxes. I think Trump Jr. had an enjoyable time as a young Trump Jr. There's a lot of fucking skeletons out there. I think that Ivanka checks the boxes. That's just me. Because here's the thing. It's going to be very easy from now on. It's been easy to go into the skeletons in the closet and talk about sexual harassments or being this, that, and the other for a guy. It's very easy to attack a man running for office. You've yet to see anyone really go strong after a woman candidate's passed. Sexual infidelities, being crazy in college. Why? Because our society doesn't say that that's a very good thing. So people have been laying off on that. So I think Trump Jr. had a really good time being Trump Jr. I'm not saying Ivanka didn't have a good time, but they're not going to go after Ivanka as they would Trump Jr.'s. That's why I'm saying she checks all the boxes for sure. Quick update, 50-50 in both races. 50-50 in both races. Now, there was a question out there, Clover. Maybe you can do it. Joe Son was asking, do you have the breakdown for Cobb or Fulton counties?
So for Cobb, Cobb, I only showed 30%. Most of the other counties here are 90 plus, which is interesting.
So Fulton's around 80 to 90%.
But Cobb is 30. What did he say? Fulton,
that's where Atlanta is. Yeah.
Well, I'm looking. Fulton is 92%.
There you go. That's where that's.
Yeah, Cobb is 30. And I mean, Democrat lead. I mean, obviously.
Yeah. Now, I want to preface something because Ivanka says it's too liberal and doesn't like guns. I never said she's going to run a Republican Party. I never said that Ivanka would be a Republican.
Mm-hmm.
Never said that.
And that's where we get into. Here's where we get into this whole idea. I'm going to piss a lot of people off. We get into this whole idea again. I am a proponent of a balance of power. Again, I'll say it again. We had all Republicans. We got the Patriot Act. We had all Democrats. We had the assault weapons ban in '94. Let's be honest about it. We had Obamacare. Right. I am not a fan. I'm not a fan of that dynamic. I'd rather enjoy the gridlock because it forces them to focus on things that are important enough that they can actually get it done. Right. And so, and other than that, I don't want them jacking with me, you know? Anyway, to that point, I think you're going to see, I got some slight problems with Tulsi Gabbard. Seriously, and Ghost, I know your opinion on Booty Judge. But you know, Tulsi Gabbard, I got some very slight problems with her, but she doesn't have and you know what? I know she has to say certain things.
Sure. As
a Democrat candidate, and they all do. The slight issues I have with her, I don't know that I don't know that they're a hang up. I really don't, because I think when it comes down to cut time of sign or don't sign, and this is just coming from listening to her in interviews and all the animosity she has against the Democrat Party, right? I don't view her as a bad candidate. And if it would have been Tulsi Gabbard this go around, I don't know that I would not have voted Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah. Real quick, I'm going to let Mike, you respond to that if you'd like. But I'm going to say real quick, mandatory carry, $5 super chat. Keep fighting. I'm working, but still listen. Oh no, Cobb County. Great. Yeah, Cobb County. But yeah, thanks to the super chat. That's going to go, once again, it's going to go to Operation. Lost my damn train of thought here. Anyway, this is going to go to care packages and all of that. I got an email from Stephen Elder out there. He says, hey, Trey, just want to reach out and say Merry Christmas. Keep up the good work. He was on the USS Belleau Wood from 92 to 95 and the USS Carl Vinson 95, 97. I was on the Belleau Wood in 95 coming back from somewhere. It was the worst experience of my life. I think I've told this story before, but that was a flat bottom LHA. Okay. So if you're aware of V-holes and flat bottoms feel every little movement in the water. And so that was a terrible experience of mine. So it is what it is. I have if you were stationed on the Belleau Wood for 3 years, God bless you, my friend. God bless you. That sucks. It sucked big time. But yeah, now do you want to, and I will say this before I go to Mike on and bring up Gabbard and all that. I'm not going out and saying I'm a fan of Gabbard or Buttigieg because I don't agree with their politics. As candidates and as minds, I am big fans of both of them because I think they're open-minded to being open-minded. I do believe that Buttigieg will never be at a major office because I don't think they're ready for a gay president. I don't even think they're ready for Indiana to have a gay senator, honestly. I do think that Gabbard has a future down the road for a lot of things, but I will say this. Don't be surprised, whether it's in the DNC or whatever, that Gabbard and Buttigieg are not highly involved in the direction of the Democratic Party for a long time coming. They're both brilliant minds. Their politics may not be good, but for the party, they're young. They are incredibly intelligent. They have some ideas that will ruffle the Democrats' feathers as well. Yep. Don't be surprised if they're not in a leadership role in the party for a long time. So there's my soapbox. Budget, Mike. Your response towards Gabbard, Buttigieg, anything that Clover was mentioned earlier.
The only exposure I have to Buttigieg is his campaign during the primaries, and I have no use for him. Gabbard, I've heard her say some things that made me think that there's hope for her yet.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the problem with open-mindedness is sometimes people tend to have their minds so open that their brains fall out. And
well, that's fair.
That's what I think has happened to Buttigieg.
So I want to bring up something here because here's the thing. We get so hung up on the rhetoric and they said this or they said that. And you mentioned the primaries. Here's the thing. They have to pander to Democrats in the primary because they have to beat the other Democrat candidates in the primary. Once they get the nomination, they can do and say and have basically whatever freaking position that they want because the hardened Democrats are not going to vote for a freaking Republican.
Yeah.
Oh, snap. Joson said that he was attached with 31st MU Command, worked out of Radio Room. I was attached with 3rd CAB, 3rd Shrig, and 31st MU when we went some places. And yeah, we caught a ride for a little bit on the Bella Wood coming back. And yeah, man.
So I don't know.
They laughed their asses off at us. Put it that way. Go ahead.
I don't know what you're looking at as far as results, but I'm looking at. I'm looking at the projection.
50-50.
It's there's almost no tilt to Ossoff at all.
Oh yeah, it's we're talking.
There's less than votes. And there's less than a 1-point tilt to Warnock at this point. It has not been close with that race yet. So
with 65% reporting, Ossoff is at 50 point. It's 50.1 to 49.9. We're talking 6,000 votes. Actually, 5,500 votes.
Right,
separate them. With Warnock, it's 50.5 to 49.5. And we're talking roughly 25,000 votes difference.
So I'm sure they're going to suspend counting temporarily.
So So interestingly enough, because somebody asked about Cobb County and all,
I just see 50-50 for Purdue and Ossoff.
So
dead heat.
So with the margins closing, by the way, they just closed even more according to my skills. With the margins closing, that's with Cobb County up another 10% reporting.
There you go.
So Cobb County, the percent reporting
might not be going against us as much.
It's going up, and the gaps are still closing. So that's a good sign.
Okay, so the Ossoff race is down to 3,000 votes right now.
Yep.
That's the difference, 3,000. And Warnock's only up. It went from 27,000 to now 23,000 votes.
We are, according to my scales, though, we are in basically the home stretch at this point.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. And then TPC, once again, understand, I'm not saying that the politics of Buttigieg and Gabbard are great. I'm saying their minds, the way they think outside the box. What I'm saying to you is if the Democratic Party, I'm not saying I want it to happen. I'm just saying if the Democratic Party is smart at all, they're going to get Gabbard and or Buttigieg to be leaders of the party's policy for years to come. I'm just saying. If they're smart.
Have AOC.
God. Well, for us, that would be wonderful.
Oh, yeah. I hope they continue on that.
Absolutely. Max R says, shouldn't it be 70-30 for Republicans?
Well, yeah, that's what I
would say 60-40 probably, honestly.
I don't think so. I would have to go back, and I have not looked at past election results for Georgia. But I would have to say
votes.
I would have to say it's probably never been that much of a margin before. And you got to realize this is a very high profile, a lot of stakes, a lot of things on the line.
A lot of eyes on this.
It's gonna be close.
66% reporting. David Perdue pulls ahead at 50.3 to 49.7. He now has a 15,000 vote lead. He was down 3,000, so he's up 18,000 votes in the last minute or two. Warnock is now only up 9,000 votes, where he was just up 23,000 a minute ago.
Just for the red deck vote coming in.
We'll see what happens, but it looks promising. I'm not calling. I learned after November not to call shit.
We're gonna stop counting for the night. And we all.
I was gonna say the last time we did this shit, it did not turn out so well.
Yes. So I'm not calling shit, but I'm going to say this: it is trending decently.
Well, I don't know the vote count. I'm looking at the makeup. We've still got 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
5, 6.
Like you said, while you're looking at that, I'll tell you the vote count right now. In the Purdue OSOF, Purdue has 1,398,660 votes, and OSOF has 1,382,180. So he's got a 16,000 vote lead, 16,500 vote lead. In the Warnock Loeffler, you've got Warnock at 1,392,418. And Loeffler at 1,388,454. Now she's only down 4,000 votes. 66% reporting. There you go.
So I'm showing 10 counties that are not reporting at all. All are predominantly rural. Cobb is at roughly about 40%. So I don't know the remaining 60% in Cobb. I don't know how many votes that is, but you got to figure that's going to be a lot.
Yeah, but here's the thing. And I'm not saying that this is the trend, but Cobb has gone from 30% to 40%. Mm-hmm. And in that 10%, we've seen a major tilt going red.
Opposite direction. Yeah. So if the trend holds, yeah. But all I'm saying is you got to think there's a lot of votes left in Cobb. So we got to
our buddy Pink out there says, just throwing it out there, I have an old calendar with a skeleton pic of Ivanka. It can be bought. I'm sure it could. Very attractive woman, by the way. I'm just saying. Let's see here. Elder says, if the Dems lose, they will call for a criminal investigation before the polls even close. Both parties have already filed lawsuits with the attorney general, and they're going to say, hey, activate whoever loses. I mean, they've already been filed. They're just sitting there. So it's like I said, it's going to be interesting. And that was my question earlier to you guys. And I don't know. I have to look it up. But I don't know, with a runoff, does it go into an automatic recount if there's within a percentage points or whatever, or is there a challenge recount that could be called? I wasn't really sure on runoffs. So if anyone out there in the chat knows that, let me know, because I'm really interested. I don't have time to sit there and type and all that and find it, but I'm really interested about recounts in runoff elections. So
I plead ignorance on runoff for sure.
Okay, so Warnock is in a dead heat with Loeffler now. Dead heat. Purdue is now 20,000 votes ahead. So Purdue is Republican. So you can hear it. Purdue Republicans are leading one race by 20,000 votes, and the other that was down by 27,000 about 5 minutes ago is now a dead heat. So the trend is nice. Not calling anything. We're not saying get excited, but the last 5 to 10 minutes has been pretty remarkable. So what was it, about 20 minutes ago? It was 55-45, or it was 57-43 at one point. We're like, damn, here we go.
We're the last. Right. The estimated votes remaining in my, in the scale that I'm looking at, we're over 2/3 of the way there.
Yeah, mine say 68% reporting. Yeah. 68% in the state reporting.
Yeah.
Let's see here. JMA says, "Hey, budget, when I get up and running, I'll hope you will look at my shop."
Of course.
Yeah, it's like I said. And then the cool thing is, I don't know if he's planning on, and if he's not, maybe you should think about this, brother. Is selling the individual items. That's cool. But there's something, if you go into an outdoor store or a hiking or survival, you never ever see a pre-packed pack for anyone. Like someone walks in who doesn't know what they're doing, saying, "Hey, I'm getting ready to go camping for a couple of days. I literally don't know what I need for the weekend. What do you got?" You could have this saying, "Here it is. All the stuff that you're going to need for the next 2 days are already in here." So that takes away a lot of it. I don't know if you're doing that or not. But
the problem with that is that when people do that, they tend to put in a lot of bullshit that is not necessary. And number two, everybody has a different idea of what needs to be in their bag.
Well, and that's the great thing about what he has put in there. He's not going outside the wire. He's talking essentials, trail mix, granolas, water, blankets, paracord. He's not going way outside the wires. We're talking the basic essentials.
To where
and then you can go and pick other stuff to put in there. Yeah. Yeah, he's got a first aid kit in there. He's got all sorts of stuff, but it is the essentials. It's not loaded up. It's just the essentials. Say, here's this. Now, here's a whole wall of other things that you can add to this, but for the basics, you're going to at least need this stuff. Yes. Then you can go and get the rest. And I don't know if you do that. Hey, KS, how are you doing? Says, thank you. Happy to be here. New to your channel from Pennsylvania. So KS is from Pennsylvania. I won't hold the fact that you're from the same state as Midnight Range team out there against you, because Pennsylvania has also given us Hold My Guns with Sarah Albrecht. And so I'll be okay with that. So no, welcome to the channel. It's like to say welcome to the dark side, and we hope we have some fun. Maybe do a little educating here, but we're gonna have fun. Let's see here. Still 68%. And it's 50-50, but Purdue, the Republican Purdue, now still has a 16,000 vote lead, and Warnock has now, instead of a dead heat, he has a 6,000 vote lead. So it's 50.1 to 49.9. We're still talking 50-50 in both races. And considering where we were 15-20 minutes ago, the trend is good, but we're, let's keep the faith here. Anyways, go ahead. And Midnight does not like the fact that I don't like him. I can't stand that dude. He's one of the greatest guys I know, but I can't stand him. He's a chef. He can do stuff with knives and food that I could never dream of doing. So there it is. Rich White says originally from PA. Well, okay. So now KS, now you're really screwed. If Rich wouldn't have brought that up, then you would have been okay. But now you got the state of Rich and
Eastern or Western Pennsylvania. That makes a difference.
That could be a big difference too, though. True. That is a big difference. TPC's, you PA folks screwed everything up. Now it says Warnock's only 590.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
I mean, I don't even have it that.
No, I've got Loeffler up at this point.
I'm gonna say mine say with 70 or 69%, Loeffler's up 50.2. So she's actually winning.
Yeah, I've got Loeffler up on the Washington Post as well.
And Purdue's up by 30,000 votes at this point.
Barely. But what's weird, what's weird? And again, I'm looking at New York Times, right? So I got all these forecasts and all these other things. Even with the last, 10, 15 minutes, we've seen a shift to the Republican side.
It happened the other way too.
Well, I'm just saying with the forecast, they're still all leaning left. To go figure with New York Times, right?
Oh, sure, absolutely. Well, it's the New York Post, right?
New York Times.
Well,
now it's a slight. It's in the realm of toss-up. The lean, right? The projection lean, the live forecast projection lean. It is within the realm, within the realm of toss-up. A slight margin, but it's all in blue according to them. So
yeah. Max R says in 2015, the special runoff voter turnout was 13.27%. That's something that Clover and I were talking about earlier. Why this is kind of startling because this is historical. I'm not talking about Georgia, but historically, the Democratic Party does not necessarily show up for special elections, whether it's a runoff or a special election because of avoided vacancy in an office. But historically, Democrats don't show up to special elections. This is a little bit different, obviously. So a lot of it has to do now because of they don't have to show up now. They can do the mail-in ballots. So it is what it is. All right, let's get a quick update real quick. I know we're going. I mean, we've been going for an hour and a half, but we're going to go for a little bit. We're going to go until we feel comfortable one way or the other. Right now, with 69% reporting, Republican David Perdue has a roughly 34,000 vote lead, and with 69% reporting, Kelly Loeffler, Republican Loeffler, now has a 12,000 vote lead, with about 1.4, 1.5 million with each. So we're talking in the Perdue, we'll just say in both of them combined, you're talking 2.8, so 2.9 million, let's say 3 million votes in Georgia. I would say that's a relatively large turnout for a special election in Georgia. Is 3 million voters. Still 30% still out there,
Yeah, still close to 1 million left.
Right. Exactly. So that's a large. I would like to find out, in Clover or Mike, if you've got time. I'm sorry to do this because I'm trying to look at chats and all that. If one of you wouldn't mind, maybe Mike, to see how many votes were cast in Georgia during the November elections, just to kind of see if the general election is 4 million, where that is in comparison to what was cast in November. I don't know if they would have those or not, but that'd be interesting to see. I'm sorry to put that on you, bud. Let's see here. They're holding Cobb numbers, is what Josan says. Have you seen any change in Cobb? Is it still at 40% reporting in Cobb, Clover?
Looking.
He said they're holding numbers in Cobb. I don't know why they would be holding them. They just haven't gotten to put them in yet.
Really? They're holding numbers? I don't know about that. Let me find where's that. So Cobb, we want to see Cobb. Cobb has not moved. So yeah.
Yeah, he says they're holding Cobb numbers, which is very, very interesting. I don't
Cobb
know.
Has not moved. 37. What's interesting though is there was a 10% jump in Cobb. What's funny is what if maybe Cobb there's a lot of votes for Republicans, so that's why they're holding them. But that was a 10% jump as far as reporting with Republican gains.
Yeah, and then it froze.
Yeah,
literally froze.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think here. We're at 70% now. 70% is, according to AP, 70% reporting. Republican Perdue is at 50.7% and has a 40,000 vote lead. And Republican Loeffler is at 50.3 with a 20,000 vote lead, with 70% reporting.
According
Okay,
to
so,
Wikipedia, about
4 million votes, by the way.
what's that now?
4 million votes. You were asking.
In the general election?
Yeah, the general.
I just calculated 5.
Well,
So it was around 2.5 per guy.
Okay, so Max says November 2020 general election, 4,998,482 votes total. So we're talking in a general election, we're going to be talking about 4 versus, 80% of the people that voted in November, 80% showed up for the special election. That's not heard of very often.
Well, there have been a lot of people going down to Georgia to get the vote out, to rile up the base and get everybody in there participating. So I think that's great.
So here's the thing. I show 2.9 million have been reported, and we're well under 1/3 left, which would only be another million, would be at most another million, which puts us under 4 million.
Well, I've got about 3 million voted. So I've got 1,492,000, 1.5 million for Purdue, and 1.44 or 4.5 million. So let's call it a straight up 3 million in the Purdue. And in the Loeffler race, we're talking 1.48 and 1.46. So 2.9 million. So let's just call both of them 3 million. With 30% out there. I mean, we're looking at between 3 and 4 million people showing up for a special election. That's crazy.
No, it's amazing for that. I'm just comparing it to still not the turnout supposedly. So that bodes well for the mail-in shenanigans and anything else that might have been in the air.
What I'm ready to bring up is
find a few mailbags full of
well, let's just
votes. They can just
I don't think you can mail in on a runoff, can you?
You can, but they had to be in by 7:00 tonight.
Okay.
Eastern time. When the polls closed, there was nothing after that. That was there. No, I understand. I understand. But let's not go down that road, because I have a question I want to pose to both of you. Is let's say that this continues the trend, and let's say both, not going to jinx it, let's say both Republicans win their races. Does this justify or validate claims that shenanigans did happen during the general election? Because let's say that 80% of the people that turned out in November showed up. Does that 10% that didn't, or the 20% that didn't show up this time, all go Democrat to turn those tides? You know what I'm saying? As far as a presidential race, does the number prove Republican versus Democrat? If it holds up, is there validation to the claims of craziness happening in Georgia? Just kind of an interesting conspiracy theory.
In Georgia, yeah, possibility.
Yeah, in Georgia. That's what I'm saying. In Georgia.
The issue I have with the general in November is the randomness of all the different issues that went on from state to state to state, right? And it's like, a concerted conspiracy effort. I don't see how there is not a ton of smoking gun evidence on that type of scale with that many things going on. You know what I mean? It's just way too many moving parts. Now, that's not to say that smaller individual elements didn't take it upon themselves to, what I'm saying, to do something. So just to kind of appease the conspiracy people out there. Yeah. But yeah, I think that it could. But I'm seeing Warnock back up at this point too. But we know that the Loeffler race is going to be a lot closer.
Yes. Right now in the Purdue Ossoff race, 76% reporting Republican Purdue with a 11, now only an 11,000 vote lead.
We've got a 10% jump in Cobb.
I think the Washington Post is showing 50% for Purdue and Ossoff, with Purdue with a 2,661 vote lead, And for Warnock back up with 50.3% and Loeffler at 49.7%. Warnock ahead by 22,100 votes.
Mine right here, both 76% reporting. Republican Purdue has an 11,000 vote lead. Warnock, Democrat, now has a 13,000 vote lead, 50.2 to 49.8 in both races.
And now I've got Purdue back up.
Yeah, Purdue's still up, and with mine on AP, Purdue's got a 12,000 vote lead.
Well, on a positive note, I guess in a way, is at least we're seeing, somebody said they were holding votes in Cobb. At least we're starting to see movement in Cobb again, because that worries me when percentages stop, because we seen that back in November.
You mean they stopped counting in Cobb County and now they're counting again? Wow, how coincidental.
Now, I will say this is we just got a 10% bump in Cobb. And it didn't dramatically, you know what I'm saying? It didn't like dramatically flip. As a matter of fact, Republicans still leading one. They're both 50-50. Okay, they're going to be both 50-50. But with a 10% dump in Cobb, we didn't see craziness. Now Purdue's at 50.7.
And I'm showing Loeffler
she is now back up. Now it's 78% reporting. Yep. So once again, this is going to go down to the wire.
This is a horse race.
It is. It's going to be close. But that's interesting that Cobb jumps 10%, and at this point, even with the Cobb 10% jump, it's
leading both of them.
It is toss-up margins. Don't get me wrong. I am not doing a victory dance or celebrating in any way, shape, form, or fashion here, but it is interesting that Cobb jumps 10% and Republicans are involved.
Which tells me that maybe there wasn't, and I'm not saying all of these numbers that are the 76 to 78% is all Cobb County.
Right.
But it's definitely showing you that there is a 10% dump from Cobb. There's obviously more Republicans that are showing up, or less Democrats, but the Republican has shown up a lot more in comparison to the general in November so far.
We've only got, I'm looking at 5 counties still that are rural. That doesn't mean anything. They could be a blue island in a rural. I don't know. I don't know Georgia makeup. I'm just saying, compared to the metropolitan areas, they're not in those. And they're not reporting at all. There's no reporting for those. And there's 5 of those counties right now.
Okay.
So that's not reporting at all. The vast majority at this point, I'm scrolling through the state, the vast majority of them are 80, +%. Most of them are plumb into the 90s on most, except for Cobb. And like I said, it's at 40.
But Fulton's already well into the 90s, isn't it?
Fulton yeah. Oh, I'm looking. Hang on. It's hard to.
They might be done reporting, honestly.
I feel like I should go get some aluminum foil or something, but maybe.
Yeah, I'm showing Fulton at 89. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe with all the eyes that have been on this race and all the scrutiny, they couldn't cheat this time. Maybe.
And maybe they did cheat some. Maybe that's why it's as close as it is. We can make
it could be 60-40.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, I think it's obvious regardless. With all of the eyes, that goes without saying. I mean, it makes it much harder to pull over some shenanigans with all the eyes that's been on this.
Now, there's some funny conspiracy comments out here. Max says Dominion voting machines haven't been connected to the internet yet.
Right.
What could be. And then Elders says, Elders says when Republicans get ahead, they'll just figure out a good margin and produce new ballots.
Right.
Now, Rich out there says another thing to consider is how many people in the general voted by mail and later regretted their vote for Biden after the Hunter stuff was exposed. That is something that I hadn't really thought about. But that's actually probably, I don't know about the Hunter stuff altogether, but the idea of a regret vote very well could have played into some of this, because I think that maybe Trump is a very polarizing person. We all know this. We know this about them. And there were possibly a lot of people in November that went straight down the line of party voting. They just clicked Democrat, which means they voted for every Democrat on the ticket that they could vote for. And because they didn't want Trump. Okay, let's just take that and say they might have just clicked Democrat, voted Democrat for everything. Now that it's not Trump involved with this, now it's just the two senators. That is a very good possibility that people regret. I didn't really want to vote against the senators, but I did unfortunately. I think that is a possibility. The regret vote, whatever. We do know that there were a lot, not just in Georgia, but across the country, a lot of first-time voters. Not just saying that 18 to 22-year-olds that never couldn't vote 4 years ago. In general, across the ages, a lot of new voters. And they may not have really understood. Whatever. They might have gone down there with really not keeping up with anything in the local and the state level, much less the Senate or the House races. They were just voting for the presidential. So like I said, a lot of people do go to the ballots and they'll just click Democrat or Republican, which means you vote for everyone on that party across the ballot. Now that there's a runoff, they could have sat there and said, I didn't really mean to vote against that Republican. I voted against Trump. Boom. So that very well could be. Now, KS out there says it's a nasty thing to realize that you lost your runoff, lost your country. Will and Well Arm says my mom hated Trump and voted GOP for the runoff. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Is we haven't discussed this yet. Mike, you're back in. I don't know if Clover's back in, or he had to step out as well. But you're muted out, bud. But someone brought up there could have been people that voted Democrat in a general and regretted that vote and are voting Republican. And I said that very well could be, but a lot of people, they vote party. They could have voted Democrat Party because they voted against Trump in the general and then realized, damn, I did that and I screwed the senator that I actually do like that's Republican. So there's no telling the shift of regret or not voting party in this runoff to where someone there could have been, and like Will Warren says, his mom hated Trump and voted GOP for the runoff. So yeah, there very well could have been people that voted down party lines, just clicked the Democratic Party against everyone on their ballot in November, and then now that it's just those two and Trump's not a part of this race, go back Republican. Who knows?
I think there's probably a good deal of that going on.
Yeah, I do too. Let's see here. Clover is back, and Clover, I want to bring this up because Rich brought up a good point. And I was talking about earlier, talking about people changing votes from November, and I said, well, people might have regretted voting for Biden in November and come to their senses and voted Republican during this runoff. But how many people voted Democrat? Just clicked the Democrat, voted for Democrat down the line against Trump, and now that it's not Trump, it's just the senators have gone back to the Republican race. What do you think?
It's possible. I think, you know what? I don't know. It's hard to it's hard to compare and contrast, and it's hard to do anything with margins we're seeing right now this close.
All right, so let's update real quick, and I'll give Clover a chance to refresh his screen. But AP is reporting with 79% reporting. Republican David Perdue has a 60,000 vote lead, and Republican Loeffler has a 35,000 vote lead, both with 79% reporting. What are you showing over there, Clove?
I'm showing essentially, I'm going to give it in percentage points.
Okay.
Because votes can be misleading too at times. I've got Purdue over Ossoff at this point, 50.9 to 49.1. So almost 2 percentage points. And it's literally a 1 percentage point game with Loeffler in the lead.
Yeah, 50.5 to 49.5. And it's going to come down to the wire.
And we've had no movement in Cobb.
Okay. What about Fulton? Fulton still 89?
Fulton Yes, and Fulton and Cobb are still there. There's nothing has been reported there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, all five of those counties that I told you wasn't reporting earlier, still none of them reporting. So
now DTIP says not Georgia, but here in North Carolina, voting straight party was not an option. There you go.
Texas,
go ahead.
Texas passed legislation or whatever on that. There's not a party vote in Texas anymore.
Yeah, there's not in Arkansas anymore either. I think this might have been the second. I think 2016 might have been the first one.
So
it didn't allow it.
For folks out there that may know Georgia, maybe we got some people from Georgia that they can tell us. So these counties that are not reporting, I've got Floyd County, Lumpkin County, Taliaferro County, Appling County, and Coffee County. So I couldn't tell you. I don't know. But if you're out there, do you know Georgia? But maybe chime in and let us know what you think on those counties.
Now, C4, and we know that Fulton County is Atlanta. Sarge out there says that Cobb County is Marietta, if he's not mistaken. So that makes sense. Been nice trying to decipher the Clovertac vernacular with your pronunciation of these. He said Blumpkin County?
Lumpkin, like a lump of coal. Lumpkin.
Right.
He just wanted to say Blumpkin. That's all.
I know a dude here. He owns a used car lot. Eddie Lumpkin's used car lot. So it's kind of neat that it's Lumpkin County. But yeah, Lumpkin.
All right, with 76% now, 51-49 in favor of Republican Purdue with a 68,000 vote lead. 76% reporting Republican Loeffler, 50.7 to 49.3 with now a 46,000 vote lead. 76% reporting. So yeah. Interesting. I want to ask for you guys to do me a favor. Since I held down the fort, I know it's my show, but I held down the fort. Both of y'all left me at the exact same time. I've got to go visit the little girl's room. So I'll be right back. If you guys can maybe do your thing real quick. Both of you guys are genius at this. So take over for a minute.
Oh, that was a jinx, wasn't it? So
yeah, no kidding.
We're going to run this one into the rail now. He jinxed this thing. We're like, good Lord. Rich White, Clover makes these counties sound like they're from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory or Dr. Seuss book. Yeah. I don't know anything about those counties. So again, if you're out there, if you're from Georgia, if you know anything, TPC says Cobb to Cobb and Gwinnett are still at 35%. Not according to what I'm looking at. Cobb is at 50%. The Cobb is another one he said. I've got 40%. What's the other one he said out there? Gwinnett County. Let's look at it. That's what I haven't looked at is Gwinnett. Gwinnett is at 89%, according to what I'm looking at right now. So, and you got to realize all of these different agencies. That's why it's nice to be looking at different sources right now, because they're all getting their information at different times from different places and whatever. So. Some are naturally going to be behind. They play the game a little more conservatively as far as calling things and looking at that. So, yeah.
So, Wheel, do you actually pronounce the L in DeKalb? Is it DeKalb or DeKalb?
DeKalb.
Or DeKalb. Or is it DeKalb? DeKalb. Yeah, okay.
DeKalb. DeKalb County?
Yeah.
DeKalb, like hell DeKalb.
That's what Georgia Bulldog says. DeKalb.
Hell DeKalb. If you need to go to town, hell
That's
DeKalb.
what I thought.
Yeah. Stephen Elder says, Clover, tell us again how good the 1911 is. Yeah, I'm not a fan of a 1911. Appreciate the history, appreciate the magnificence and the beauty. Own several. Not my most favorite platform. So
I'm clutching one right now, as a matter of fact.
Well, good for you. I'm so proud.
And 10 millimeter, the best millimeter.
And TPC says he's showing Fulton at 86%. Yeah, let's see. I'm showing Fulton at 89%. So, nope. Yeah. So, it's all pretty close, I think, out there. Everybody is.
It's still It's still too close to call unless you're Fox News.
But
Joe
I mean,
Biden.
yeah, right. But I mean, did we expect? I mean, did we honestly
No.
expect anything that was a runaway? I mean, all eyes of the nation's on this. All the people that are bringing attention to it, that are going down there, that were volunteering, that were doing things. I mean, we knew it was going to be close either way.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
It's okay.
The diet A&Ws were hitting. So actually, they're not diet anymore. They're now called A&W Zero Sugar. I guess their diet was not a good thing, so they called it.
Well,
it must not have focus grouped well.
You know, nowadays, they changed all of theirs. I noticed some 7-Up Zero the other day. They changed all of their diet.
Coke Zero is now called Coke Zero Sugar.
Yeah, but but they still have Diet Coke, which is interesting.
Yeah.
But A&W, whoever the company is, which is the 7-Up company, if I'm not mistaken, right? That bottles A&W.
Holy shit, I can't see anything in
anyway, I don't know that. I don't know that for sure, but correct me if I'm wrong out there, guys. That's perfectly all right. But either way, all of that brand or whatever.
Dr. Pepper 7-Up Inc. Yeah, Dr. Pepper 7-Up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all of them have went to the zero or the zero sugar branding instead of diet on all of their stuff.
Except Dr. Pepper. That's still Diet Dr. Pepper. I know. I drink it every day.
Yeah, and diet whatever. That's what I went when I went a while ago. I stepped out for a second. I grabbed a couple of A&W Zero. So
yeah. SARS says, does it hit as hard as Twisted Tea? Apparently not. I would say no, as of right now. Now, this is a little scary. Pancake Boy out there says he won a giveaway while I was gone. What did I give away?
That rifle back there.
Oh, did I now?
Yeah, we gave him the rifle.
What rifle? That's not the battle rifle. Sorry. I'm not even giving any of them, but no. I'll send you a little toy gun. How about that? Now Steven says, I think that like Zima powerful. I'm not gonna lie, dudes. I did not drink it a lot, but I did have Zima back in the day, and that shit, I don't know about everywhere else, but in Texas, that shit was pretty strong.
Yeah.
We used to do Zima get you messed up.
Yeah. Yo, hell yeah, it did.
Laugh all y'all want, but it'll do it.
It's one of them things that'll sneak up on you. There's quite a few things that you got to be careful because they seem benign and it's not that big a deal. And next thing you know,
on the other hand, you drink enough Boone's Farm Strawberry Hill, and it'll put you under the hill too.
Well, I'll tell you what: drink an entire bottle of Boone's Farm, which is fairly easy to do.
Yeah.
And then those corkscrew slides on the playground.
Oh.
Okay, drink it and then go down one of those corkscrew slides.
Why would you do that?
It seemed like a good idea at the time, but by the time I got to the bottom, not so much.
Yeah. Oh wait, yeah, no, you're not getting that one, Pancake Boy. Sorry. I can send you, just for being you, I can send you a Walther hat if you want. Got a tag on it still and everything. I still got a Walther. I'll send that to you if you want. It's up to you. Or Venture Gear Tactical, whichever one you want. Just let me know.
Sweet.
Let me know. Just cause I'm in a giving mood. I'm in a giving mood.
You didn't actually give anything away either. You just did.
I know. It sucks, doesn't it? So yeah, I'll send Pancake Boy a hat. He doesn't have a whole lot of hair left, so he might need something to cover that mug up in Pennsylvania wintertime. Purple Passion. Bernie says Purple Passion. Purple Passion was good. Did you guys ever drink like Brass Monkey?
Yep.
Brass Monkey. God, that stuff was terrible, but it would jack you up. When I was still in Okinawa, we would go. What's that?
Wild Irish Rose.
Yeah, never had that.
Rich said he's still waiting on the knife.
It's equivalent to Mad Dog.
Now, Rich, I sent you the tracking on that, did I not? And that was like a couple, 2 or 3 weeks ago, man. All right. You should have gotten that knife by now. I'm pretty sure I sent you the tracking. See what it says.
So just to keep it up with the Cobb and some of these other ones. So Cobb just jumped about 2 or 3%. I can't remember now.
Okay.
Not that that means anything. Also, a couple of the two out of those 5 that weren't reporting. There's only 3 that's not reporting now.
But
And
those two, how many were they? What percentage of those counties that are reporting now?
Oh, I have no clue because I'd have to go back and try to find them. Right?
I got you.
Right.
Okay. No worries.
I put the names in the chat, but okay, so this Tally Ferrero or whatever county, it's 98%, and it's pretty heavy.
Red.
Pretty heavy blue, actually. Really? The other one, I'm looking for it, but I'm pretty sure the other one was like Coffee County, and it was pretty sure it's red because it was right in here. Yeah. It's red. It's only 38%, something like that, and it is red. That one that turned. So,
let's do a quick update, real quick on AP poll says 79% reporting in both races. 79%. Race 1, Republican David Perdue has a 51-49 lead with 66,000 vote lead, and Republican Loeffler has a 50.5 to 49.5 with a 50.6 now. 50.6 now has a 39,000 vote lead. Purdue now has a 66,000 vote lead. That's the updated version of AP right now.
Yeah, I'm showing a 1 point lead, Loeffler, and a roughly a 1 point and roughly a 2 point lead, Purdue.
You know what's going to happen when we go to bed. I just know it. It's the same damn thing.
Well, that's if they call anything. I mean, the numbers are moving. So, but again, we've got you got to think there's people there paying attention and all. So we shall.
Hope so.
Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. But now, where's Douglas County? Douglas County is real close to that Atlanta thing.
It's probably a suburb of Fulton County, so that might be a blue county.
I mean, it's 98% reporting, but good Lord, it's not. But it's blue, but not by like 6%.
Okay.
For it to be right there in Atlanta, that kind of threw me. I'm like, because like if you look at Clayton County, for example, it's like 88% to 10% or something.
Right. Interesting. Now, Jay Allman out there says he's seen people call it for Warnock already. They're probably at Fox News. Fox was notorious for during the general election of calling Democrats when there was like 1% in,
Well, they already knew what the fix was.
Yeah, no kidding. Let's see here.
I just see some votes come in here. 40. 35.
Yet.
About a 45,000 vote difference in the Loeffler election, with Loeffler still up about 45,000 votes, 44,000 votes.
Okay, I have not had any change yet. It's still 39,000 difference in Loeffler and 66,000 votes.
Yeah.
So mine has not changed on the AP has not changed the number of votes.
Yeah, it's pretty close to the same as what I'm seeing. And like TPC pointed out there, he was giving some numbers from wherever he was looking at. I mean, we're all right there within that realm, and they're not all going to be the same. They're getting information from different sources at different times. So it is.
Now, Will Long says that Douglas County is near Talladega, Alabama. So now I would imagine that's going to be predominantly red then.
Right. Now, so I have seen movement, right? So again, I'm looking at New York Times, and this is their projection stuff. But the needles I was talking about that was in toss-up, is over into leaning now for both the Democrat candidates.
Okay, so we just had a big, we just had a big jump on the AP side. Not a big jump, but a number of votes. Republican Perdue now has a 70,000 vote lead, and Republican Loeffler now has she was at 39, and now she is at 44,000 vote lead.
That's roughly what I've got. Yeah, what I had a second ago. Yeah. Yep.
Allman says some progressives call it that way, but no conservatives calls to his knowledge. That makes sense. But if there is going to be one, it'll be Fox News, because they've shown that they'll call a race with 1% reporting. So, and Josan said the steal is in Cobb. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not. Now, can you update me on the percentage reporting in Cobb?
Cobb is 55.
Okay, so it's over halfway.
Over halfway, and there's 100 and roughly 70,000 votes so far at halfway. So you got to realize, keep that number. Look at your
another 150, 160,000 votes out there.
Yeah,
what is the ratio at this point in Cobb County? Do you know?
Cobb it's a hefty lead. It's a 20-point. Well, yeah, about a 20-point margin.
Okay, so let's just say that 60% of 160 is, let's say 90,000, and 90 to 50,000. Let's say 90 to 50 would be the split. That's a 40,000 vote makeup. As of right now, I mean, I'm just throwing numbers out there.
Who has enough as of right now?
Has enough, and Loeffler would be a toss-up at that point.
Be really close, yeah.
Be really close, yeah.
And now we've got another one of those, so we've only got 2 counties that are not reporting.
Okay, how'd that one go? Did it go red or blue? Do you remember which one it was?
I've got to find it. I don't remember which county it was. I may have to scroll through the chat.
Well, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I think it was a Franklin County, and it went 85% Republican, basically.
There you go. Yeah,
and I think that's what it was. I don't remember, unfortunately.
James Nelson says, what is odd is the county that Perdue is from, he's getting beat.
What county is he from?
I don't know. James, if you're out there and you know what county that Purdue's from, please let me know. Stephen Elder says, tighter than a Japanese prom night. That's kind of funny. Wield and Royal Arms says he lives in DeKalb and worried about it. All our elderly poll volunteers who I knew were forced out and replaced by county workers in the polls. That is probably going to be something that went across statewide. It is what it is. And James says that Perdue is from Bibb County, Bibb.
Yeah,
Bibb County.
Can you give me a location? Maybe. Where's that at? Is that
okay? Give me a directional location inside the state of Bibb County.
Central, southeast, northeast, something.
I'm sure he'll come back here in a second. Macon, Georgia. So look for Macon.
Yeah, I can't see cities. Well, yeah, I get there, Macon now. Never mind, I've seen Macon. Oh, Bibb County's like dead center Macon. Yeah, so that's metropolitan. That's not really surprising, but yeah, he's 98% reporting, and it's pretty heavy Democrat.
There you go. Crazy.
Yeah, I would say not as much as in that Atlanta area, of course. Right. That area, you're looking at like a 20-point lead, and it's more like a 12 or 15, but still, it's a
Okay, we just had another dump on the AP side. 80% reporting now. Perdue, Republican Perdue, up 51-49 with a 72,000 vote lead. Republican Loeffler with a 50.7 to 49.3 lead with 46,000 votes lead. So, once again, nothing's really changed except for we're starting to see Perdue pull ahead a little bit. The Loeffler Warnock is going to be tight. It's going to be, and I think that's the one that we've been saying all night is going to be the tight one. If there's going to be one, it's like a toss up,
There's still, I'm looking at Cobb, and I'm looking at Cobb and DeKalb, I think is how they said you pronounce that. I'm looking at both of those with the percentage in. And if you take the votes that were cast and then the percentages that are in, and you figure that up, Purdue it doesn't have a safe enough lead at this point for sure. So it's going to be close even with Purdue.
Oh yeah. But we haven't seen Loeffler's lead be more than what it is right now, which is 50.7. This is the biggest lead she's had, actually.
Well, that's true. That's true. And Ossoff is
9.3.
Yeah, and Purdue has been pretty steady for a while at 2 points. So yeah.
So I'm not trying to jinx anything out there. I'm just we're literally reporting news for you. And it's not like you guys can't watch this on your own. Hopefully, we're just trying to be this in there together, entertain a little bit, have some fun, and all of that stuff.
Interestingly enough, I told you that the forecast gauges here on New York Times forever has been toss-up leaning Democrat, or recently have went all the way leaning Democrat. The one for the Purdue race. It's back. It's leaning Ossoff right now, but it's back in the toss-up category. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So it did move back the other way. So that's good to see. That's something.
Pickle finally arrived. He just got here, but he said, "So what time does the Democratic truck arrive with extra votes?" Yeah, we're still waiting on that bomb to drop. We'll see. But yeah, and we still got a bunch of people watching. So I'm going to keep going. You guys, Mike, Clover, feel free. You guys don't need to stick around. I'm going to stick around here for a little while. I got nothing else going on. I've got to take
I got nothing better to do.
Yeah, the pup's got to go in tomorrow morning at 8:30 to get spayed. But until then, I got nothing. So
I got nothing.
I got nothing. So once again, let me go over here and check the AP. All right, we're 82% now. 82% reporting. Republican Purdue with a 51.1 to 48.9. Vote total, we're looking at 81,000 vote lead. Loeffler, Republican Loeffler with a 50.7 to 49.3 with a 25 and 26, a 51,000 or 50. Let's see, what would that be?
Yeah, I've showed about 52,000.
53,000 vote lead.
Yeah.
She's very slowly both gaining here. We're talking tenths of percentage points, but
Purdue is what, at about 90,000 or roughly?
I've got it at 81,000 votes.
I think if Purdue can get into the 100,000 lead, I think it's almost a call it at that point. But he's got to get that.
Clover Show just out there says, can you look at DeKalb County again and see what's going on there?
At DeKalb? Hasn't had any movement in a while.
Okay.
I mean, it's a 40.
So he might be from Georgia. He's saying that's going to be the one that calls the race is DeKalb. So what
DeKalb's about a 40-point game. It's 40% reporting, so you got 60%. So we've got roughly 125,000 votes. So what's 60% of 125,000?
Let's say 70,000. Let's just say 70,000.
Not that, but no, that's not how you calculate it. That's That's what percentage of. So, dang it, be 2/5.
There's 125,000 cast already or reporting right now.
Well, there's a lot of votes.
No, I'm saying is okay. I think you said there's 125,000.
39%. I wasn't going to try to do that math, but it's 39%. Has been for a while. So yeah, I was trying to calculate how many votes are left. Yeah.
Okay.
But you've got, let's just say you've got probably 200,000 votes left. So by their estimation in DeKalb. And so if you've got 200,000 votes left at the ratio that they've got, 160,000 of those would go to Ossoff, which would mean that Purdue does not have enough. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
if all of that,
possibly.
that's if all of that holds, right?
Yeah,
And who's to
yeah.
say that it does? But yeah,
Right. Okay. Still 82% reporting, but Purdue has now an 86,000 vote lead as of right now. Some new numbers just came in, and Loeffler is at 50.8, and she has a 16 plus 42. That is a 58,000 vote lead.
she extended just a little.
He extended just a little bit, and they both extended just a little bit. Yeah, and Elder's right is to watch. There'll be a blue spike out of nowhere. If it's going to come from DeKalb and it's going to come from Cobb, possibly. Those are the only two really big populated blue counties right now, correct?
So I'm looking at votes at percentage left, and I'm looking at Cobb and DeKalb, right?
Okay.
And I'm looking at percentage left versus votes that have already been cast.
Sure.
And it's going to come down to Cobb. It's going to come down to Cobb. Oh, by the way, we've got one county, Floyd County, that is not reporting now. Only one county. So
okay. So just he I don't he might live in Georgia, but he said earlier it's going to come down to DeKalb, and it very well could come down to DeKalb.
It looks like it will come down probably to DeKalb. And it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Not gonna say either way, but it's gonna be close.
Right. Just watching numbers kind of trickle in a little bit here and there. It hasn't changed the overall. It's still 82%, but there's you start seeing a couple thousand votes, changing. 51.2 to 48.8 for Purdue, and 50.8 to 49.2 for Loeffler. If you're wanting total separation right now, Purdue has an 88,000 vote lead, and Loeffler has a 50. Oh, she just went up a little bit. Has now a 59,000 vote lead. So still 82%. According to my numbers, are going for the AP. So if you're just kind of joining us, I'm coming for the AP. And Clover Tech's watching some trend stuff, county by county trends with the New York Times. So let's see here. Calaveras says, I'm guessing that Georgia will report more than 100% on vote count. Now, here's a question, because I don't know this answer to this. It's one of those things that I don't have a lot of the knowledge on some of this stuff, especially at the Georgia state level. Was there an opportunity for people to register to vote between November and now, or was it already kind of shut down? Was there any more eligible to register to vote, or if you weren't eligible back then to vote, then you weren't now? Do anybody know that?
That's a good question. I don't really know. I don't know if that's how Georgia. I don't know how Georgia works. I would think that you couldn't register.
I would imagine that too, but I don't know. I didn't know that. I'm pretty sure in Arkansas, if there's a runoff, then there is, you cannot register to vote for the runoff.
Or the runoff.
James says yes, you could. You could register to vote after November, the general election. You could register to vote. That's interesting.
That kind of sucks.
Very interesting. Okay. Yeah, very interesting.
Wonder how many people. That'd be an interesting thing to see. How many people were registered between November and now, huh?
Well, I would imagine
a lot of lists encouraging people to move to Georgia just for that, which is a violation of Georgia election law. But hey, why should that stop them?
Will and Well Arms says yes, there's a limit to register. 31
okay.
I guess maybe 30 November, because I don't think there's only 30 days in November, I think. But yeah, end of November. So they did have a few weeks to register, I guess.
Well, I mean, at least they put a time limit on it, I guess.
Yeah, and I would imagine, as far as what you were saying, Clover, is I would imagine that the Secretary of State's office, I would imagine the Secretary of State's office of Georgia would, somewhere on their website in the next coming month or so, would probably have those numbers available.
Okay, so I got an update. I just found out here on the New York Times.
Okay.
They've got apparently reporters or people that are. I found a little section here that's interesting. So it says latest updates. It says and I ain't even going to read people's names, but it says with the race is close, worth mentioning that if the result is within a 0.5 percentage point, the losing candidate can seek a recount. Ballots would be run through the scanners again.
Okay, so it's not an automatic recount, but if it's a 0.5%,
right,
1.5%, they could request it, but there is not an automatic recount. Okay, interesting. Right. So 83% reporting now, according to the AP. Republican Perdue at 51.3 to 48.7 and has a 91,000 vote lead. So it's getting close to that century mark there. 91,000 vote lead. My math is hazy, but I had enough crayons in the box to count that. 83% reporting Republican Loeffler at 50.9 to 49.1 and now has a 63,000. So she is very slowly gaining 0.1% every time it updates. Purdue's getting, like I said, he's at 91,000 vote lead. So he's kind of not saying that the 100,000 vote is the magic number, but it definitely would help with DeKalb possibly going a major flip there. So, yeah. Let's see here. Now, Midnight was saying that's why they were saying it's illegal to move to Georgia just to vote. Well, I think that if I'm not mistaken, you have to be a resident for an X amount of time. Do you not? You don't, Mike? You're muted.
Nope.
So you could move there, get a license, and you're good to go that day?
That's it.
Holy shit.
Now I'm seeing something.
Now, if you move out, then you've violated the law, but hey, you still voted.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on if you're willing to pay the fine or whatever the penalty is.
Yeah. Go ahead, Clover, what were you saying?
So just going through again, I found this updates thing where apparently they've got reporters for again, I'm looking at the New York Times, so take it for what you will, right? But apparently they're chiming in. This is a pretty neat little thing they've got here because they're doing it live, and I can see them pop in as they comment. But one of them said here that despite a big push from the GOP officials to get their supporters to vote early, Republicans have seemed to have been more likely to vote on Election Day. Democrats dominated early voting. So that could vote.
That's where we saw all those original numbers. That first 20 to 30% reporting was all early votes and all of that stuff. So that could be a good thing.
Yeah, that could be interesting for sure with as close as it is. If especially in some of these bigger counties that looks ominous at this point. Well, heck, most of those are Democrat votes and the Republicans are left over, then who knows? I show Perdue is up by 3 points now. So that's the biggest lead he's had so far.
I'm still at 83. Mine has not updated. Again, I'm sure it will here in a second. 1875 is a 9. Okay, he just gained a couple thousand more votes. I have him at 51.3 to 48.7, so 2.5.
Yeah.
With a 93,000 vote lead.
The cab is not moving. It hasn't been, and that's worrisome.
That's scary. That's scary.
That's worrisome.
Well, they got to know how many they need before they
before they move the ball. Yeah,
this is true.
Before they produce them.
In normal election years, I'd say, man, you're fucking crazy. Not this year, my friend. Not this year.
Yeah. Now, a lot of these, what I'm looking at, I'm just reading through some of these reporters for the New York Times that are chiming in kind of on location thing. And there's a lot of left-leaning sentiment or Democrat-leaning sentiment anyway. But a lot of them are talking about how it appears that the Democrats are overperforming and the Republicans are underperforming in this special election as compared to November. So it would be interesting to actually see the numbers, and that's something that it would take literally hours for us to sit down and do. But it'd be interesting to actually see the numbers and know that there's any truth to that.
Yeah, it definitely would be interesting. And like I said, in the next couple of weeks, all the numbers, if they're not going to make a big deal of it, but all those numbers will be, they should be, I think that by law, they have to be released by the Secretary of State's office. So that would be kind of Rich White. Rich out there says that Fox is reporting 0% for DeKalb.
Yeah, I'm showing 40% from
okay.
New York Times. So that's crazy. But I just it looks like Purdue.
Oh, yeah, Leffler just got a 72,000 vote lead, and Purdue's over 100,000 vote lead with 85% reporting.
Yeah, and that's but Purdue, in order to be safe from DeKalb County, however,
I think they're saying DeKalb.
DeKalb just moved 45% now. Thank goodness. Whew.
So it was what, 39 or something like that before?
It was right at, it was 39. Yeah.
Okay, so it's okay. So it has gone up.
Yeah, so 45%. So it moved. So that's good. Cobb is at 72 now.
Oh,
so
wow.
Cobb's moved up pretty significantly. So both of those are moving. That's good. And we're still looking at like a 3-point lead and nearly a 2-point lead. What was I going to say? Oh, in order to survive, I think DeKalb County, at least when we're talking about the race with Purdue here,
120,000 probably.
Have to have minimum 120, 140, I think, and probably more realistically 160 lead to be safe.
Okay. So right now, as of the AP, that's where I get my live update. 85% reporting. Republican Purdue with a 51.3 to 48.7 lead with 96,000 vote lead. 96,000. It was over 100 a second ago. So there was a little OSOF. That must have been from DeKalb, I bet, or Cobb. But he's at a 96,000 vote lead. Republican Leffler with a 50.9 to 49.1. Now with a 66,000 vote lead. That's the updated numbers from the AP.
Right.
Elena says that red is where the money reside. So there's an argument to be made about that, but not really, because if you look at in the southern states, a lot of the hardcore red counties are rural counties where there isn't a whole lot of money.
Yeah.
Where most of the money resides is probably the suburbs of the big cities, but they might be blue counties, but they just that's where the money is. So it could be, it's probably different up north than it is down south, I would imagine. I don't know.
So Cobb, I just looked into Cobb for a second here because it did jump recently to 72%. Cobb is less than a 10-point game on both races. Yes, it's less than a 10-point game on both races there. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's a pretty even Steven split. You got to figure compared to some of these other metropolitan areas, Cobb is.
Right. That's interesting. So maybe
well, that goes back into DeKalb, right? Like you're saying, the other folks out there that know Georgia a little better than us, it looks like it's coming down to DeKalb.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Still 85%. No numbers have changed yet. We've got a couple seconds, so let's do a little palate cleanser here while we're waiting for numbers to update. Mike, Clover, anything coming down the line in the recent future for projects or anything that you're looking forward to getting done with the channel while we've kind of got a few minutes to talk about that stuff?
I went out and shot some range footage of shooting that Rock Island 10 millimeter today.
And what do you think?
Is freaking awesome.
There you go.
My first time shooting a 10 millimeter, and I friggin' loved it.
Like 10 millimeter, like first time you shoot a 10 millimeter period or 10 millimeter 1911.
Period.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
That was pretty much my reaction was
10 millimeters, pretty damn good.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Now I can, see myself. I'm gonna have to get into reloading just so I can shoot more for the same money.
Right.
Right.
I mean, I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Good stuff. Clover, what about you? Got anything kind of that you can think of?
I absolutely do. Tomorrow night, live 8 Eastern, is the 5,000 subscriber match game. We're gonna play some games. We're gonna win some. Go over there. The video, the live stream's already up on the channel, so folks can go there and click the link in the description to look at the rules of the game we're going to play and also the prizes. But we've got a Heritage Rough Rider up for grabs. We've got a Ransom multi-cal steady rest, a Swagger bipod, a pair of glasses from Hunter's HD Gold, all kinds of rare patches and other knickknacks and doodads and cool stuff. So yeah, just a thanks for those that pushed us over that 5,000 subscriber mark. I've got to where I don't do giveaways and contests and prizes to get to a certain point. I want to reward the people that got me there, not the people that want some free stuff. So thank you to everybody that got us there as far as the channel, and this one will be for y'all. So show up tomorrow. Make sure you're brushed up on your CloverTac channel history with videos and stuff like that, because trivia will be a part of the game. And hopefully we can have some fun for about an hour, and some people can win some prizes.
Awesome. Real quick update, still 85%, but Purdue is now got 100,000 vote lead, and Loeffler is at 59, 69, almost 69,000 vote lead, but Purdue is creeping. He's at that 100,000 margin right now, vote margin, which doesn't mean much right now. But what we're talking about is if they're talking about DeKalb being the one, there's a potential of 150,000 vote swing possibly in DeKalb, to where we're in Clover, I think is right. He's saying to feel safe, about 160,000 vote margin would probably be needed before DeKalb dumps theirs in. And right now he's at about 100,000. So interesting stuff. Let's see here. Still 85% reporting. So for me, tomorrow, I've just been checking my stuff. Tomorrow, I've got a CMC PCC trigger coming in that's going to go into the Foxtrot mic lower. That I had gotten a trigger from Hyperfire, but I was reading up on it, and they were like, "Oh, well, you don't want to put that into a PCC." And I'm not going to go on live to talk about why right now, because that's not my job or responsibility to put that information out. But suffice to say, they said it probably not be a great idea to put that Hyperfire trigger into that PC, at least the Hyperfire trigger that I'm getting into that PCC. So CMC is it's coming into tomorrow as far as tracking goes. So I'll be able to put that trigger in probably Thursday and get to the range this weekend and see if that trigger has fixed the problem of the Foxtrot mic lower. Because right now I've got the upper of the Foxtrot mic, the 9mm PCC, on that digi trigger using the Endo mag from Mean Arms to be able to shoot 9mm through that. But I'm hoping that this trigger will fix whatever issues the Foxtrot mic's having. Because I would love to be able to put the Glock magazines through that and then utilize a digi trigger for something else. That's what I would like to do. So that's coming down. So I'll have a CMC trigger installation. I don't want to do an installation. I want to video me installing it. I don't know if I'm actually going to put an installation video out there, because there's probably 100 of them already, or 1,000 of them, or whatever. But I'll have it, and I might, in the review side of the Foxtrot mic with its trigger, I'll probably, show a little bit of that, but I don't think I'll do a dedicated installation unless, people are asking for it. So when I put that review video out of how it works with the Foxtrot mic, I'll make sure to say, hey, in the comments, let me know if you want to see an installation video of this. And if there's overwhelming saying yes, do it. So I put a poll out last night on my YouTube community tab. I'm not trying to waste time here while I'm waiting for numbers to update. But I put a poll out there and I said, for 2021, what types of videos do you guys want to see? I put a poll out there, and I put shooting/tactical drills, gear reviews, which is like EDC gear, red dots, triggers, etc., survival/outdoor gear, and then firearms reviews. Those are the 4 options. And thanks to the over 200 people that have voted. If you want to go vote, don't do it now, but do it later on. Go to my community tab, and there's a poll up there. But right now, with over 200 votes in, 48% say firearms reviews, 24% say shooting and tactical drills, which is kind of a surprise. And then gear reviews, which is EDC, red dots, triggers, all that kind of stuff, is basically tied with survival and outdoors. So I'm kind of intrigued a little bit. I wouldn't think that maybe shooting or tactical drills would be at 24%, but it is. So I'm going to do all of these. I'm not saying I'm not going to do, but I kind of want to see where the viewers are out there, what they kind of wanted to look at. So like I said, over 200 people, 206 votes have gone through. And does YouTube allow trigger install videos anymore? I thought they stopped that. Clover, you might be able to know that. I see trigger install videos out there all the time.
Oh, wow, yes. Are you going to be able to monetize them? Yeah.
I probably won't monetize it anyway. So, but yeah, like I said, I don't know if I'm going to do the install video or not. But yeah, but like I said, thanks to all the people that have voted. I'm going to keep it up through the weekend. So I want to get a good status sample of people, what they're really, really wanting to see the channel. I'm going to do a bunch of stuff. I'm going to do all of this stuff, but it's kind of interesting to see where people are kind of leaning towards, and all of that. So thanks again to everyone that has done that so far. And if you want to, we're going to continue to keep that poll up through the weekend. So no male emojis allowed. I don't know what that means. So I know what emojis are.
Apparently the emojis aren't working, but YouTube blocks all kinds of emojis all the time. A lot of times they don't work and everything else. So
right. Stan out there from SS Pawn says, had my first deal kill with it last Sunday afternoon. And that was his Glock 40. Oh, okay. So he had a deer kill with his Glock 40. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the Glock 40 is almost like the full size version of the 10 mil. Is that right? The 20 is what is the 40? Is that the full size version?
Yeah.
Okay. The 20 is like the mid size, like a Glock 19.
The 20 would technically be considered the full size, and the 40 would be more like the long slide.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so the 20 is about the size of a 19, maybe in the 40s, maybe like a 17 or something like that, as far as the slide length. Or is that what you're saying, basically? Yeah. Oh, he's saying the 40 is a 6-inch barrel. There you go. Okay, gotcha. Let's see here. Long sight. 40 is a long slide. 20 is the full size. Okay. So see, guys, when I talk Glock and talk full size, I talk 19 versus 17. Does that make sense? Like barrel length and slides and all that.
So 19, 17, 17L.
There you go. So the 40 is the 17L.
Yeah.
Basically. Okay. Gotcha. Perfect. So the 29 would probably be like the 17 then. Is that right? The 29?
It ought to be like the 19.
So the 20 is the 17. Yeah, 29 would be the 19, the 40 is the 17L.
I guess. Yeah. All of them going to be wider.
Okay.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
All right. There you go. All right, let's go. 87% reporting. 87% reporting. Republican Purdue with a 51.5 to 48.5, a 3-point lead. And a 54 and 60 is 114,000 vote lead. 114,000 vote lead. Loeffler, Republican Kelly Loeffler, 51.1% to 48.9%, and she is looking at about an 85,000 point lead.
So there's a couple of things that I don't understand here. So again, I'm looking at these projections. I'm looking at these updates from the reporters. By the way, they're talking a lot of smack out there, and with these projections, it makes me wonder if they're not actually worried, and so they're trying to rally and keep spirits up with people by giving these projections and talking smack like they are. I'm not even going to read some of the stuff that these reporters are putting out there.
Are these reporters putting out there, or these are people putting out there?
These are reporters with New York Times, on the ground, whatever in whatever, contributors or whatever.
I didn't know if these are people that they have contacts with in Georgia. These are actually
this is not the general public. It's not like a YouTube chat or nothing. No. Anyway, but with some of the stuff they're talking about and saying, and they're not being rude or anything, but they're really spinning everything to the Democrats with what they're talking about, and with their projections, they're really spinning like they've got right now, they've got Warnock at almost a very likely, he's almost over in the meter to the very likely to win, right?
85,000 votes down.
But yet Ossoff is in the toss-up area. How in the heck, and we talked about this earlier, this could definitely come down to a split. It could happen. But how likely is a split? How likely is that people go in, they vote for a Republican on one, you know what I'm saying, and a Democrat on the same
It's
thing.
Damn near impossible, honestly. It's damn near impossible.
So the projections they're doing here look like super optimistic to the Democrats. Plus, like I said, the smack talk they have. So
now this is the Times, right? So that's not surprising. It's coming from the New York Times. It's
from the New York Times. Yes.
We know where their bias came to lead.
And we've got no movement since I've reported last with Cobb or DeKalb. So there's no movement there.
I'm still at 87% reporting.
We did close out Floyd County, and Republicans, nearly a 50-point game there for Republicans.
Purdue is steadily increasing his lead. Loeffler is now, according to mine, is now for the first time at a legitimate full 2-point lead, which is the first time she's hit that 2-point, like legitimate 2-point lead.
Yeah, pretty close to 100,000.
She's at 88,000 vote lead. Yeah.
But again, we talk about DeKalb County, and I think they're going to have 120 minimum to comfortably 160 lead to hold.
Yeah, Purdue right now is at 109, so he's dropped a little bit. 109,000. No, I'm sorry, 109,000 lead.
Let's see if there was a change. See if I show a change.
I'm still at 87% reporting though. So
no, I don't know.
Now Lance out there, X is saying that I'm not sure where he's watching, but he's saying it's going Republican people, or he's saying it's going Republican people. Just saying, okay, you better start fucking throwing some salt over your shoulder, whatever.
Well, with a lot of, and this is what's interesting with it. I was hesitant to pull up New York Times and look on that. I knew you were going to go AP and some other things. But I'm glad I did, because it's interesting looking at things from the side, because they're like, for what I'm seeing with the numbers and stuff, they're like majorly optimistic with crap. It's insane.
I think that you've
CNN's that way too.
Are they?
Mm-hmm.
I think you've got a point, Clover. I mean, we're talking about them trying to keep the spirits up. That's got to be playing some sort. I mean, they're not dumb at the New York Times. This is not their first rodeo. So I think you're probably right. There's probably a part of it that is, holding out hope. Maybe they know something about DeKalb that we don't know. I don't know.
They know how many trucks are on the way.
Right.
Well, they might have seen a caravan driving down the highway.
Well,
You know,
I mean, with the percentages left, here's the thing: with the percentages left, like I said, I mean, it's still not out of the woods. It's going to be close. We've said that all night.
it's gonna be close no matter what.
But I mean,
Absolutely.
they're going to have to, they're going to have to be in that 120,000 vote lead here pretty quick. And
It's true that the trends of what has been reported so far continues. That same ratio continues on the rest of the, we don't know.
Right.
I'm still looking at 87%, but Purdue has extended it back up to 111,000, and Loeffler is at about 80,000, 80,000 ahead. So
still a lot of ball game left. Like I said, all counties are at least reporting now. And except for scrolling through here real quick, most of them are in the 80% range.
Okay.
Which sucks, except for Cobb and DeKalb.
And what is DeKalb? What is Cobb right at right now?
Cobb is 75%.
Okay.
DeKalb is 45%.
So it has gone up though. It was at 42 earlier, so it has.
No, they're moving. But like I said, the rest of the state is 80% plus. So,
holy hell, I hadn't seen Redneck with a paycheck in a while. What's up, Thermo? Haven't seen you in a while. Wow. It's been a quick minute, man. Welcome back to the dark side. Hope everything's good with you, bro. Happy New Year. Hadn't seen that name in a long time, So let's see here. Still got 87%, and it looks like 115,000 vote lead for Purdue, and 83,000 vote lead for Loeffler. So hanging in there steady right now, being steady, which is good. I mean, I'll take steady right now. I'll take steady. Little bit of steady growth is all we need, because like Clover and Mike have been saying all night, there will be a dump eventually. It just depends on how big of a dump it turns into, and can the red withstand that dump. But there will be a dump, I believe. And that's what, when we're talking about, when you hear people talking about Mike and Clover talking about needing 140, 150, 160,000 voting margin to withstand this, we're talking about DeKalb, and DeKalb has potential of about 150,000 vote swing, and in both races. So that's what we're talking about. DeKalb's probably going to be the deciding county, which is, I think they said, was it Marietta, or is that Macon? I can't remember if one's Marietta and one's Macon. I can't remember which one DeKalb is. I want to say maybe it was Macon. But anyways, whatever.
There could make, so right now, like I said, it's less than a 10-point game in Cobb County, and so it's possible with the Democrat tilt, of course. Sure. It's possible with only,
but it's dropping. That margin is closing, though.
Yeah, it's possible that they can gain enough. I don't know that they extend leads very much in the rest of the state, but with Cobb and DeKalb still both kind of in play, it's possible that at least Purdue can extend the lead enough in Cobb to overcome DeKalb.
Whatever the jump is. Yeah.
Now here's, I'm going to read this because this update just come in from one of the reporters. It says the GOP lead has grown, but it's made no dent in our estimate. In fact, Democrat chances have inched upwards as the Republicans' chances to beat our expectations dwindle. So the GOP's lead's grown, but they're still saying that the Democrats had it. So
he got the text messages saying that the FedEx is on the way with the ballot.
I guess. Yeah. But I mean, again, this is reporters, chiming in and whatever, and so they're looking to keep the spirits up. I mean, regardless of how it was going, there could be a the Republicans could have a 10-point lead right now. Admittedly, this is close. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely a 10-point lead with 94% reporting. Oh, we're still going to win this.
They would still be saying what they're saying. So I'm not paying any attention to that. It's just interesting to see that side of things. It's funny.
Now, Thermo says he's been busy with work and buying a house, hopeful to close on February 1st, man. Congratulations. Hope it all works out for you. All right. So Will and Well Arms says, watching local news in Atlanta, the reason to DeKalb County is behind was there was 175,000 walk-in votes today, which is good for GOP because a percent won't be as high. Like you said before, you were saying the trends were very heavily Republican for today's vote.
That's what the reporters on New York Times here was saying.
Right.
That's not our side claim, or our side. Jesus, I'm not a Republican. That's not what the Republican pundits or whatever, the right-leaning media is saying. That's what the New York Times was saying on here a while ago, was that in-person turnout is definitely favoring the Republicans and the early voting definitely favored the Democrats.
Favoring. Yeah. So Wheel out there says that Cobb is Marietta and DeKalb is the second county that Atlanta covers. So Atlanta's Fulton and DeKalb.
So what did Will say? He said, watching local news in Atlanta. Okay, so DeKalb County is behind.
DeKalb is because there are 175,000 walk-in votes today.
Well, that's good. That might be a good thing.
Could be a decent thing. Not getting out of hand here, not projecting. We're definitely not calling shit. But if that's the case, we're 175,000 walk-ins today. Like you said, so far, the trend today has shown that the walk-in votes have gone more Republican than Democrat. That could be helpful. Let me see if there's an update. I'm still at 87%.
I hadn't seen much of a shift.
Yeah,
not enough.
Yeah,
we still got leads, roughly about 120,000, roughly for Purdue right now as far as vote count. And I'm going to vote count because that's kind of what's going to matter right now. And then roughly about 60 some odd thousand for Loeffler or Loeffler.
I've got it about 83,000 for Loeffler.
Oh no, yeah, my math is wrong. Yeah, you're right. My math was wrong. Sorry.
But yeah.
And it's still weird. I still find it weird that that means that literally people are going in and voting for Democrat on one and Republican on the other.
It's crazy,
that's
is it not?
So weird, man. Yeah, you would think it would be way more even than that as far as the split.
Well, it's interesting to me is the numbers are pretty much dead on as far as total votes. So, I mean, it is weird. I mean, I've not seen that before.
So
voting for one versus the other. I don't know.
I'm not being sexist here, but is it possible?
Anytime you preface something like that,
well, I'm just saying I'm not being sexist. I'm just pointing out something here. So is it possible that Loeffler being a woman has hurted her with the voting demographic? If it was a dude, would we be seeing some of the same trends that we see with Purdue instead of being slightly off kilter?
I mean, the numbers would suggest that would be a valid argument.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Who knows?
We had a vote. We had a vote dump, and just real quickly, we had a vote dump, and nothing much has changed. So.
I still haven't. Okay, I haven't. It hasn't reflected on my side yet. Now I'll be interested to hear because I'm obviously not in Georgia. I've talked to Tim Knight a couple times, and other people that have been there for a little bit. But I'd be interested to find out from Wheel and Well Armed, and other people down there in Georgia, as far as the political ads, have they been split between the races, or have the ads been focusing on one of the races more? What I'm saying is maybe the Democrats were hammering her more than they were hammering Purdue in ads or something, With that 10, you look like you're doing better than 87%. It's been cold as shit, but it's been sunny, except for the last week has been rainy. It's supposed to come in, but I've been outside. We've been doing a major project at work, and so I've been outside a lot. So I don't know if I'm tan, but I guess for me, I'm not pale right now.
Rich got a good point. He said they don't want to vote against the black pastor. They'd be racist if they did. That could be some truth to that.
There's no doubt. Our tax says ads have been even. So, okay. I didn't know. And Wield says he's in North DeKalb County and we're just outside the perimeter and we succeeded from Atlanta and now our own city. There you go. But yeah, it's interesting. I was wondering about how the ads were going. But the black pastor versus a white woman, that in Georgia in the South, that could very well play a factor in there. So yeah. Warnock is black. Oh, I was reading earlier ones. Yeah. Let's see here. Did I miss anything really up here in the chat? I don't remember seeing anything that I needed to look at. I'm still 87% reporting, so I wonder. The
only things left, honestly, I mean, within that's going to make any kind of difference that I see is literally Cobb and DeKalb at this point. We're just waiting on that.
Yep.
Waiting on that.
Why it's taking a while because maybe not only at DeKalb, but maybe Cobb had a large walk-in vote tally today too. So
that's true. That's true. And I got to think if they stop counting or they do something, these reporters, when I'm looking at this reporter feed, they would probably say something, and nobody has said anything about it.
Yeah. 22. Oh, let's see what this is. 22 minutes ago, Business Insider. Georgia election official says truth needs to be told even if it hurts Trump's chances. Georgia's chief election official denied that a leak of a phone call with President Trump was harmful to national security. I don't understand how truth would ever jeopardize the country, Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger said on a Fox News interview. We're standing on the facts, we're standing on the truth, and so we have the numbers here. So that was just something about that phone call that people were, and I was one of them, I'm not going to lie. I was one of them that said, oh, God, I hope that phone call does not screw this race up. So it's to 88% reporting, and Republican Perdue has a 51.5 to 48.5 lead and a total votes of, it looks like 115,000 votes. Republican Kelly Loeffler with a 51.1 to 48.9 with roughly 74,000. Oh shit, just dump right there. A 74,000 vote lead. Perdue just went over the 2 million vote mark, and he dropped 89% reporting now, 51.3 to 48.7. He's right around 100,000 where he was 115.
Cobb is 94%.
Ironically, Loeffler held more ground than Perdue did on that dump.
Yeah, he's about 100,000
lost 0.1. Yeah, Loeffler lost 0.1%. Wow. Perdue lost 2.2% of that on that dump.
Well, it's like I said, Cobb's at 90. What did I say? 94 now.
Yeah.
Most all the other counties are in the 90s. I'm scrolling around looking just to make sure, but they are. There's a 79%, way over in Effingham County.
There's 90% reporting now.
Do what now?
90% reporting, and Perdue is at 99,000 vote lead. He's under the 100,000 vote mark.
Now DeKalb's still at 45 from what I'm showing. So going to come down to DeKalb, which I mean, folks out there have been saying that all night. But
they have been saying that.
The question is, how much can you pad till it gets to that point? And it's what Will and William Arms said earlier about high in-person turnout. Is that Democrats rallying the base to get people in to vote, or is that the Republican element there? And I would think, I don't know, it would be interesting to see, because right now, if you look at DeKalb and you look at, you're like a 65% gap or something in DeKalb right now, or DeKalb right now. Let me go down and look at this race. Yeah, you're looking at like a 65% split, right? So the Democrats are winning by 65%. If anybody out there knows, Will Longer, whoever, do Democrats normally win by that type of margin? Because if we do that, might give us some insight as to how big of a gap we've actually got here when we're looking at this, whatever, 100,000 or so votes in this election.
Yeah, Will out there says that Kelly Loeffler was picked to replace our old senator with Parkinson's. She was supposed to get the suburbs housewives vote, but she went full tilt Trump and didn't get the suburb woman vote as they thought. So that, once again, either directly or indirectly, Trump did not help this race.
Okay.
Seven's out there says, "Hey, friends and good folks, talk about the latest election steal." We're staying optimistic here. We've got some time. 90% is reported in. Both Republicans have a lead. Purdue has a 2.5 point lead, and Loeffler has a 1.5 point lead, roughly.
Let's see.
Oh, okay. So it just jumped a little bit. We're still at 90%, but we had a little bit of a dump there. Loeffler extended her lead a little bit, and Purdue stayed the same. But there was a little dump into the Loeffler reporting, and she gained 0.1%. When she's at 50.9 to 49.1 now. So
the numbers we're seeing with DeKalb County are about the Republican Democrat split that we've seen for the presidential in November. So
Okay.
Yeah. But that means that's a good thing and a bad thing. That means if the gap holds and it doesn't extend as much, you know what I mean? Then there's no way to overtake at that point.
Right. Seven says it's his understanding they're still using the Dominion. They are still using the Dominion machines. Yes, they are indeed. 90%. I'll go ahead and update now. 90% reporting. Republican David Perdue with a 51.4% to 48.6% lead, and it has climbed back up to 107,000. So it went from 99 to 107,000 vote lead. Republican Kelly Loeffler with a 50.9 to 49.1 lead with roughly 75,000, roughly 75,000 vote lead.
Right. Get this. There's a reporter just said, Trump just tweeted a false suggestion that Democrats were, quote, waiting to see how many votes they need, unquote. His claim was particularly baffling since he pressed Georgia officials for just enough votes to overturn his loss. I just felt I should read that particular thing that come in. So yeah, that's the kind of reporters that are,
But you're talking New York Times here, so
and their projections, they pretty much already called it at this point over there with the forecast chart. Well, for Warnock, they've all but called it. That needle is buried all the way on his side at this point. But what's weird, it's slightly tilted from toss up on the
Ossoff and
on Ossoff Purdue. Yeah. So it's like I don't.
They're calling Loeffler's loss already to the pastor, huh?
Yeah, they're calling her loss, but then they're like, it could maybe kind of still go another way on the other way. I mean,
They know
it's
what's gonna
weird.
happen in the
It's
middle of the
weird because literally, if you picture a needle, right, and like degrees, like 90 is straight up, whatever. Or I guess, yeah, it'd be 90, it'd be 0, 90, 180 if you go blue to red or whatever. Anyway, the needle's buried all the way on the blue on the one, and it's literally right there at the 90% mark.
Right.
On the other way, I mean, it's crazy how it's like, maybe, but that's weird.
I love what Wheel says, and we've been talking about this for a while, but there are many more eyes on DeKalb and Fulton. So, I'm not saying there's not going to be any shenanigans going on, but every eye in the country is on them right now. So if they are going to do this, they're going to have to be like super secret, crazy good at this job. And I don't think they're going to be that good. Maybe they are going to be good, but if the numbers keep coming the way they are, it may be too little too late, honestly. Guys, I gotta go smoke. I am fucking dying. So you guys run with it for a second. I'm gonna go kill my lungs for a second. It's been 3 hours without a smoke, Be right back.
Well, you gotta. So you've got 90% reporting, and we're right at the 4 million vote mark. It looks like. So you got to say 400,000 votes. I mean, this is just crazy rough math, but you got to say 400,000 votes left. So I mean, it's going to be close. I mean, when it comes down to DeKalb County,
it is.
if the difference is not made up, if the gap is not closed by the Republicans, it's going to be super, 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 super close. The Democrats have to keep or extend that gap. They have to. They almost have to extend the gap at this point to get it. Which, I mean, that could certainly happen. But
well,
it's a nail biter. I mean, it's.
I think El
out.
Trumpador was right. They're waiting to see how many votes they need.
Right. Could be.
What? Wait till 3 a.m. Then some magical, miraculous Biden votes will pop up. They'll have Joe's name crossed out and have Warnock in it.
Right.
They don't care because they know the media isn't going to shine the light on their shenanigans. I know. Maybe I should put that tinfoil hat back on. That sucker was hot.
Now, according to this reporter, again, we're talking about a reporter for the New York Times. Take it for what you will.
Yeah.
These are kind of live tweets coming in. Not really tweets, but they're updates coming into the website. It says, with the margins razor thin, Stacey Abrams has appeared in a new ad urging voters to check that their absentee ballot was counted. Voters have until Friday to fix problems.
There we go.
Okay, got an update here from DeKalb. Again, take it for what you will. This is a New York Times reporter. Says with an estimated 200,000 votes remaining uncounted in deep blue DeKalb County, and I'm reading it verbatim because, again, they're going to put this with a tilt. Said, I imagine that the Ossoff and Warnock campaigns are anxiously awaiting the results from there. So what they're saying is it comes down to that, and yeah. So
okay, so what? I'm sorry, they said it comes down.
Okay, so this reporter just chimed in. It said with an estimated 200,000 votes remaining uncounted in deep blue, in quotes, DeKalb County, I imagine that the Ossoff and Warnock campaigns are anxiously awaiting the results from there. So there's 200,000 votes still left, which is about right according to my math. Which is about right for DeKalb County. So, but with the 200,000 votes, it's going to be super close.
Yeah, Purdue's got 120,000 vote lead right now.
At the margins right now, going to be super, super close. Definitely razor thin, which one of the reporters, when you stepped away, it's what they said. It's going to be razor thin. Yeah, Purdue, Ossoff going to be razor thin, depending on those 200,000.
Mhm.
So what Purdue is going to have to severely extend in some of these counties that are 98% reporting. I mean, there's still a few thousand votes to have, or even tens of thousands of votes to be had in some of these rural areas and stuff like that. And if you pad Purdue with that, there's a pathway. I mean, it's way razor thin. I'm showing Loeffler now. She was under a 2-point lead there for a while, and she's back up to a solid 2 points. So
yeah, she's got a 2.2% lead with 87,000 votes.
Yeah, but you got to figure with 200,000 votes uncounted in DeKalb, 80% of that is 160,000. Right?
Yeah, she's definitely not locked into anything.
So they're going to have. That's why I'm saying you take that 160 and then you offset the 40, which gives you 120. So they're going to have to have 120 lead. They're going to have to. I gotta step away for a sec.
Mm-hmm.
They'll make them.
Right.
They'll make them. I mean, it's just how it is.
Now, 7 out there. It doesn't recall it. Sorry, I'm eating some Ritz crackers for my dinner here. I don't recall the channel, but it showed a reporter at an Atlanta voting center who showed that they again were keeping observers 15 to 20 feet away from counters. How is this? I mean, I don't how.
And have them watching the people count. I mean, how else are they going to cheat?
I just don't see how it's possible right now with all the eyes on there. That you would think that would just not be able to happen. Rich or anyone else out there, if you want to jump in, there's a link. If anyone else wants to jump in, no, Rich is out there, 7's out there.
Who's going to spread the word, Ghost? People like us that they can just go right-wing conspiracy nuts.
Right. Oh, you're right. You're right.
The lamestream legacy media is fully in their pocket, fully on their side. They don't even hide it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I know I sound cuckoo. I know I sound pessimistic as hell, but I'm coming to realize just how rigged and how fixed everything is.
Well, like I said earlier, in a normal election year, I would have said, yeah, you kind of sound a little cuckoo, Mike, but not this year. Not this year.
I would have said that.
Yeah, right. Now, Wheeled out there says all the Atlanta news channels, the local reporters are at the David Perdue event and ready for his victory speech. Interesting.
It ain't 3 a.m. yet.
Well, what I'm saying to you is typically
wait till the truck
there's been a concession, and I don't believe there's been a concession,
Yeah.
So, question for anybody out there that's in Georgia: on the Georgia ballots, is it listed who is the incumbent on there? I know we got a couple people out there from Georgia. Maybe they
have to, don't they?
Well, I'm curious because that makes a difference, because there are people. That's the reason that we get politicians that we can't ever get rid of, is there's a certain percentage of people that just vote for the incumbent.
Right.
And so it makes me wonder if that maybe is part of the offset we see from Purdue to Loeffler. Is
James
people
that says it was on his.
Okay. Well, that may account for some of the offset for Purdue then. Some of the difference there.
Yeah. So completely off topic here, but talking about ballots and name recognition. Okay. There is a county over from us. And when I first moved, he's been now the sheriff there for, gosh, I bet you 15, 16 years now. But when I first moved here, a guy was running for sheriff in this county that had never been a law enforcement officer ever of any kind. But his name was Pat Garrett, and he won by a fucking landslide.
All right.
Pat Garrett is now the sheriff at this county, and
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, name recognition. People see Pat Garrett. Oh hell, he's got to be a cop. He's got to.
I'm changing my name to Bill Hickok and running for sheriff.
Right.
Holy hell! We've been invaded by Canada. What's up, Bob? Hey,
So
Bob.
I've got a reporter update here.
Okay.
Says Purdue is leading by 120,000 votes, but state election official Gabriel somebody says DeKalb County has 171,000 votes to upload, and those will skew heavily to the Democrats. So yeah, we got to figure 80% of those will go to the Democrats. So, but if it's 171 and his lead is 120, then I think he still has a slight edge, as long as the lead, the gap, the whatever, you know what I'm saying? Hold.
Yeah.
Close, but Loeffler's screwed.
Yeah. Now, remember, the reason why we're saying this is why it was going to be close is, I don't know if it was Clover found it or someone out there said it, but I think Clover found it somewhere, that in the state of Georgia for the runoff, if the margin of victory is at 0.5% or less, then the losing candidate can request a recount.
Mm-hmm.
But there is not an automatic recount at this point, and it's not at 2% or 1%. It's a 0.5%, and it has to be requested. Now, I'm sure both sides' attorneys have already got letters.
Oh yeah,
at the Attorney General's office, ready to go in case it happens.
Yeah.
Okay. So Wheel says that both GOP were labeled incumbent. Okay.
Well, then that doesn't explain it.
Not with Loeffler, no.
I thought it would being a special election with Loeffler. I thought that I didn't know she was labeled as an incumbent. So yeah.
Well, technically she is, because she was serving out that term.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So technically she was the incumbent. She wasn't the elected incumbent, but she was the appointed incumbent.
That's true. She was still the incumbent. Yeah,
she's still the incumbent because she was fulfilling that term. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, no, you're right.
Biker Bob says the man who killed Billy the Kid, allegedly, if you believe that Pat Garrett killed Billy the Kid, some people think that he was still living in Texas for another 30, 40 years. So,
right.
Depends on who you is. Not Horatio. What is it? What was that little town there south of Fort Worth? That they said Hico. Is it Hico, Texas? That they thought that he was living in. I want to say it was Hico, Hico, Texas. I think that's what they said that he was living in.
Yeah, Hico, Texas. Yeah.
Well, Seven says budget. You could try Mike McCoy Hatfield. Only if you're living in West
Virginia. I already hate myself enough.
Yeah. The fact that he would even try to claim this, said that he'd be descendants of and relatives of Night Strike and Ellis, he wouldn't do that to himself, I promise you.
Well, I just tried to go over on Facebook here, and I guess because the race is so close tonight, I guess Facebook is spazzing out. They don't know what to think.
They might be in. I do have people in Kentucky.
There we go.
No. I'm still at 91% right now.
Yeah.
All right, Knives is out. Yo.
The only thing we're waiting for is
the cab, basically.
It's the cab. Yeah, we got we've got, now they're not commenting on Purdue, but we got a reporter out there that says our estimates show Warnock with a greater than 95% chance to win. Loeffler has largely exhausted her vote under reasonable assumptions, but he didn't say nothing about Purdue. So, we've talked about it. We may see a split.
And which is really strange.
The whole idea of a split is crazy to me.
It is crazy, especially in a runoff in the same state. People voting for different parties in the same ballot.
Yeah, and that's the only two. You know what I'm saying? It's the only two elections. You know what I mean? It's just that's weird.
All right, conspiracy theory talk. Here we go. So he's talking Billy the Kid here. Was a deal made to use a dead town drunk for the body, I guess, that was buried originally, that it was supposedly. I don't remember who it was. I do remember if it was the town drunk, but they did, the conspiracy did go to say that there was a body. It wasn't like just stuff. There was a body in the casket, but it was unrecognizable. And obviously, we're talking with 1890s. They're not going to be able to look at dental records and fingerprints and all that. There was a body, but apparently it was burned or something to where it was unrecognizable to be able to confirm that it was Billy. If you go with the story that Pat Garrett shot him in the back, then why would he be burned?
Right.
So take that for what it's worth. Do I believe that Billy the Kid stayed alive? I do. I don't think that Pat Garrett shot. I think Pat Garrett loved Billy the Kid. And I think that he went with the story that I shot him to try to let him get away. I truly believe that Garrett allowed Billy to escape and came with the stories. I shot him. I think Pat Garrett was I think that they were too close of friends for him to do that. That's just my opinion. I don't know how the hell we got on Billy the Kid, but my Pat Garrett story. Yeah, that's right. I was like, how the hell did we get on that?
I tend to lean that way too, to be honest with you.
Do you?
Yeah.
I just, it's not just from the movies. It's books that I've read and everything that I've seen. Pat Garrett and Billy, and it wasn't just with Billy, it was the whole pack. Pat Garrett was close with all of them, you know. So I don't believe that he would have shot Billy in the back. I just don't. I really don't believe that. All right. Damn, still at 91%. So hadn't changed anything. Nothing's changed. So it's we're waiting on the cab. That's what we're waiting on. Let's see here. Yep, I agree, Tim.
They had to take a break. Their hands are cramping up from forging all them.
Right. TPC says Savannah. Oh, Chatham County is quit counting for the night, which is Savannah. Yeah, right. Can you check it, Chatham County, Clover, and see what percentage they're reporting?
Warlock just jumped heavily, and Purdue, the lead just cut drastically. So we've got DeKalb dumped, apparently. Let me go look first. 92% reporting in DeKalb.
Okay, I have not seen the dump yet on my side.
Yeah.
It's 50-50 for Purdue and Ossoff.
So Savannah is Chatham County. It's over 98% reporting.
Purdue went from 116,000 lead to a 3,000 lead. It is dead heat. Both of them were dead heats. Holy shit. That was a dramatic with 95% reporting. 95% reporting. I mean, I knew there was going to be a dump, but holy shit. I mean, that came quickly.
No midnight. Realistic sumbitch of the week.
Well, if they dumped those 170,000 they talked about, that's about right.
Yep. Yeah. Now on DeKalb, what's the percentage reporting now in DeKalb?
92.
Okay.
And it's 83% to 16%. So still a little bit more of a margin than November.
Yeah.
A little bit more. A little bit more.
I'm going to see something here.
Now we've got, it says right here, the same guy that said that Warnock had a 95%. Of course, Warnock is in the lead. Says that Ossoff now has a 94% chance to win. The fundamental GOP problem is its vote is basically exhausted. Ossoff is favored to win the remaining vote by 36 points. He needs to win 26 to prevail.
In other words, they needed to know how many to fake up before they could win. And that's exactly what's happening again.
Yep. Joe says the dump has begun.
Well, it did just there.
Yeah,
we're less than a point, but not a half. Less than a half.
Those bastages, we're going to do it again.
So what are the chances that this is close, but not under a half percentage point? So that there can't be a recount.
It could be a 0.6 or 0.7% difference.
It's 0.7 right now for on the Ossoff Purdue, and it's 0.76 on Warnock Loeffler. So yeah,
OBS, ding 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 ding.
That's interesting.
Holy shit!
Imagine that, just enough. Can't do a recount.
Oddball Stuff says the fundamental GOP problem is the liberal media and the voting machines. Bing.
That's valid.
Again, I'm just reading you what these reporters for the New York Times is. In no way are their opinions reflected of mine.
They knew the fix was in.
Good God. Man, that was dramatic right there.
Well, I know that with 92%, so we still got 8% left. Here's the thing: Loeffler there's less of a gap into Cab, whatever. There's less of a gap in the race with Loeffler and Warnock than there is with Purdue and Ossoff. There's less of a gap.
Interesting.
In the Cab. Isn't that weird?
That is weird, yeah.
Yeah, less of a gap. That's crazy. What in the world? Yeah. Huh.
Well, I got a text from Pink. He had to go back to work. Hold on a second. He needed me to send him something. So let me.
I don't know anything about any of the four candidates here. So
right.
I've got to wonder, I'm not a huge partisan guy, so I got to wonder how bad Warnock or Ossoff are.
Okay, so there was a little small
They're anti-gun.
There's a little small dump here. Purdue, it was 50-50, exactly, 50.0 to 50.0. Purdue is now at 50.2 to 49.8. Warnock was 50.4, and he's down to 50.2 to 49.8. So the Loeffler is now within that margin, and Purdue gained a little bit. Purdue had a 3,000 vote lead. Now he has a 15,000 vote lead.
I'll be right back. Again.
Yeah.
So what was I going to say? Oh, Cobb just jumped a couple of percents reporting.
Okay.
So that may have been it.
Well, it's still showing 95%, but we're talking 15 to 20,000 votes have been dumped in. So,
yeah. So I don't know what this means, but a reporter said time to begin the search for the Warnock Purdue voters. So in other words, he's complaining that Purdue may get a split. You know what I'm saying? We may get a split, and he's complaining about it. He's like, time to try to find these people that voted for one Democrat and one Republican. It's basically what he's saying. It says, this other one says, Ossoff trails while Warnock leads in the campaign. Warnock went out of his way to offer Ossoff his coattails, calling him my brother from another mother. So they're saying they don't understand it. Purdue may pull it out the way they're acting right now. These reporters are acting.
Well, we're talking a major.
We're within recount. We're within recount right now.
We're within recount for both of them, but Purdue withstood a major dump, over 100,000 vote dump, and he withstood it. So once again, he's still within that margin.
Right.
But unless there's another 100,000 vote dump here,
there's not enough. There's not enough.
You see what I'm saying? So
there's not. Now he's only up by about 20,000, and there's potentially statewide, not just in. By the time you count the 6% in Cobb, the 8% left in DeKalb, and then other, the little bitty percentages, hundreds or thousands of votes in all these other counties.
Right.
There's his that is not a comfortable margin he's got right now by any means.
No,
but he did withstand a big hit.
He withstood a huge dump. I mean, he withstood that 100,000 vote dump.
Right.
Actually, it was more than 100,000 votes. It was 100,000 swing.
They are livid right now, these reporters, over the fact that Warnock leads in one and Perdue leads in the other. It's like, what?
Well,
kind of like we're asking. We're like, how does that happen? What's going on?
We're dumbfounded that it's happening. They're pissed because it's not going to work out the way they wanted to. I just don't understand how this splits.
Well, I'm not going to put words in their mouth. It's not like I can't tell their connotation through the message in a little thing here, but they're dumbfounded by it as well. They're like, we need to find these Warnock, Perdue voters. Who are these people?
All right, so I'm going to do something real quick. So 2,119,011 plus 2,103,401. So in the Perdue race, 4,222,412 votes have been cast, reported. And the other one, 2,120,176 plus
another dump just happened.
907. So they're roughly the same, about 1,000 votes between the two. So they're roughly the same. So another dump.
Warnock pulled. Warnock is 19,000 ahead of Loeffler, and Perdue is only 16,000 right now, a little over, about 16,000.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. I haven't seen a dump, but there it is. Okay, so it is dump, but the number stayed about the same as far as the.
Well, it was only about a 20,000, so it wasn't much.
Yeah.
What do we got with? Still both under a half a point. So I was kind of concerned. It looks like it may stay under a half a point. I was kind of concerned there that they was going to be, both of them were going to be just barely edged out from that half a point. So even if one of them is under or something, I think that could be.
I'm not going to lie here,
because both sides have a valid argument at this point for it. Because if it's a split like we're seeing now, it's like, whoa, hold on a minute, we need to recount somewhere because something ain't right. This don't make any sense.
Because it doesn't. It truly does not make sense.
Well, I mean, is it possible? Yeah, we've talked about a few scenarios.
It's not likely,
but
it's just not very likely.
Oh God. Okay, so reporter here again. Not my sentiments. I'm reading these New York Times reporters.
Okay.
Quote: if they win, I'll get no credit. Trump predicted of Republicans tonight. Quote: if they lose, they're going to blame me. Unquote. Given Georgia's political shift in the Trump era, he's probably onto something.
If he really said that, then holy fuck,
Well, I
have no reason to doubt that he didn't say it. It sounds just like something he would say.
Yeah, I'm just telling you what these reporters are throwing across the feed here. That's all. Oh goodness.
So what is P meal?
What is? Oh, P meal.
Anybody know what P meal is?
Apparently, it's high grade Canadian bacon.
I had never heard of it before. So, I've never. Chris Sewell, hi folks, live in Georgia. So, Chris, if you're in Georgia, we've heard from several people that are in Georgia, kind of what their news is saying. But what are you hearing? What are the vibes that you're hearing if you're in Georgia, Chris? If you don't mind, because we're very interested. I also do a yellow pea meal. What the hell? Okay, I got to do this.
He said he voted. He did his part.
Pea meal. Pea meal bacon is a wet-cured, unsmoked back bacon made from trimmed, lean, boneless pork loin rolled in cornmeal. It is found mainly in southern Ontario, Toronto. Pork packer William Davies, who came to Canada from England, is credited with this development. So it's a wet-cured, unsmoked back bacon from lean, boneless pork loin.
Huh.
Sounds actually pretty damn good.
When I make mine, I use pork loin and I wet cure it, but I add liquid smoke to it. So I kind of cheat, but I do not use the cornmeal. I never heard of that.
Okay. I hadn't heard of pea meal or anything like that before, so it was just something. Oh, snap. Okay. So Purdue, still at 95% reporting, Purdue is now only up 10,000 votes. And Warnock is now up 26,000 votes, 50.3 to 49.7. Purdue's up 50.1 to 49.9, still with 95% reporting. So we're getting 15, 20,000, 25,000 vote dumps here. Yeah, we had about a 200,000 vote dump, a little while ago, and that's when all hell broke loose.
Yeah.
Chris says that they're still hoping and praying for a double Republican win. Interesting thing about it is we've been talking about this all night. There's a chance that we don't need a double Republican win. The more and more it looks like it's possible. I'm not saying it's going to. It's possible we get a fucking split, which is crazy. We've been talking about this all night. It's crazy to think that there could be a split, but we had people talking about Loeffler kind of went full trumpet-tard, and that might have hurt. Plus, you have the black reverend against her, so the white female Trump supporter versus the black Southern reverend, that could have played a lot into it.
I'm looking at some of the stuff these reporters are putting across. I'm looking at some of these numbers. Sure. I don't see a way that if Ossoff pulls ahead of Purdue, I don't see a way, but I don't see any possible way he pulls beyond the recount.
The margin, the 0.5%.
I don't see him pulling beyond 0.5%. I just do not. It's possible, sure, anything's possible, but I don't see it. They just did a dump. They just did a small dump here, and Warnock's actually dropped. Warnock, I've called him Warlock. Warnock actually dropped a little bit. So
402 out there says Kamala Harris would decide. No, the Democrats have. Okay, once again, we're gonna go back to preface that we're assuming that everyone votes down party lines. Right now, it's 50 to 48 Republican. The Democrats have to win both seats tonight to get the 50-50 tie that would then allow Harris to do the tiebreaker. If there's a split, the Republicans would still have a 51-49, assuming everyone votes down party lines. So,
yeah, assuming nobody, both of them. And assuming nobody jumps party. Now, one of the reporters here just said that, and Purdue's pretty much lost all of his lead at this point. But this reporter says, he says Loeffler and Purdue stood side by side a lot, but to Georgians, they're quite different. To begin with, he is from here, she is not. So I didn't know that. So, but yeah, we're a virtual tie, 0.08 points right now on Purdue.
Purdue has a 4,000 vote lead right now.
Right. And I'm not seeing any shift. Let me double check. I haven't seen any shift in the percentage reporting for DeKalb or Cobb.
Okay.
Which is crazy. And there's all kinds of states that are, counties that are still light blue. There's a ton that are still light red in the 98% reporting and stuff like that. But you're talking about a few thousand votes. You're talking about votes. Yeah. But if it's coming down to a 0.5 point, those matter. So
Now, someone up there said that I can't remember the county. It was Savannah.
Right.
They were done counting for that. Have you been able to find? I've been looking up. I did not seen any report that they have stopped counting. Have you found anything?
Well, that's Chatham County, and they're greater than 98% reporting right now. Greater than 98%, and there is a little less than a 10-point lead, I think, on both of them. I'm checking.
Okay.
Yeah, more than a 8, less than a 10-point lead on either one, and over 98% reporting. So.
Okay. Probably not going to change a whole hell.
That's close enough to call it. Now, individual votes still count and add to the total.
Especially if we're talking literally a dead heat at this point,
But that's enough to call it for the county, for sure.
Yeah, for the county, sure. Yeah.
Because you're talking about, I'm just looking at one right here in Chatham County, for example, and it's like 15,000 votes. That's a lot for a county. So
right.
at 98%. So
right.
I don't know what the population is there, but that's a lot.
Wield says that Kelly Loeffler is worth $500 million on her own. Her husband owns the New York Stock Exchange. She's a bit boring and horseful.
Okay, so here's a suggestion from one of the New York Times reporters. Georgia election officials have suggested we may not know final numbers until midday tomorrow, right around the time when Congress is scheduled to certify the presidential election. Maybe get some sleep.
I'm putting it back on.
I love it.
So
awesome.
Purdue just extended, not by much, but Purdue just extended just a little bit.
Let's see if it dropped over here.
And so did Loeffler.
Okay, so Purdue's got a 6,000. Oh, yeah, she did. She came back a little bit.
Yeah, she may push below the. I don't think she can come back to beat Warnock, but I think she can push below the recount.
Yeah. Yeah, still shows 95%. Yeah.
There's not that
crayon box. You mean that big crayon box?
There is not that many votes left, folks. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Okay, literally, so it says it's pronounced Chatham Company. We've been fucking. Chris Sewell says the Chatham is actually pronounced Chatham, no H, Chatham County.
Oh, Chatham. Okay.
So we've been fucking up. I've been calling it DeKalb all night until someone criticised me as DeKalb, but I mean, it is what it is.
I'm sure you would mispronounce a lot of counties in Texas, so I'll forgive you if you ever do that. So extend me the same courtesy.
Yeah, we got some weird county in Arkansas. We got some weird town names in Arkansas. There's one that's about 45 minutes from me. It's called Bald Knob. If that's not the greatest town name you've ever heard in your life, is Bald Knob, Arkansas.
Well, that's funny though. You get into Texas, you've got Natchitoches.
Yeah,
you've got.
Here's the thing: is on the Texas, Louisiana, you've got Nacogdoches and Natchitoches.
Natchitoches and Natchitoches.
Yeah. So it's like, what the hell,
Washington Post has Purdue by 456 votes.
456.
Yep, less than 0.001 points. That's what I'm looking at now.
It hasn't dumped here because he's still got a 6,000 vote lead here on mine.
I'm showing the numbers change, but I'm not showing.
Here he goes. He does. He's got. Oh shit. He's actually got a 384 vote lead.
Well, I'm seeing numbers change, and I'm not seeing Cobb or DeKalb go up in the percentage reporting. So that's weird.
Bald Knob, what's their mascot name? They're the Bulldogs. Bald Knob Bulldogs. So Intercourse PA. We've got we've got some hilarious hilarious town names here in Arkansas. When I moved here, I started looking at the map, and I was like, I'll give them one thing. They got a good sense of humor here, you know? They got some weird-ass names.
Right.
Mike, you might have to autograph that and put that on eBay by the end of the night, man. If you look at the Georgia map, the Republicans control 2/3 of the state, but we get screwed like Virginia. No, dude, that's the way that the whole country is.
Yep.
If you look at, there is still, I think, 28 or 29 states that, if you just go by states, that voted Republican. But they're Montana, Wyoming, Idaho, South Dakota, the whole middle part, nothing where the big populous centers are. So it's just what it is. Boring Oregon, that's pretty Loco, Texas, yeah. There's one. I can't remember the name of it. I had it at my tongue. It's hilarious. Funny town names. So Toadsuck, Wiener, Bald Knob, Possum Grape, Booger Hollow, Cotton Plant, 56, and Flippin'. Those are all pretty funny names. The top 10 to the silliest names. Booger Hollow, Arkansas. Do you know?
Wow.
Yeah, there you go. Blue Balls, Pennsylvania. Oh, snap. That's awesome. Blue Balls, Pennsylvania. Cut and Shoot, Texas. I don't know where Cut and Shoot is. Have you ever heard of Cut and Shoot?
Yeah.
Where is that at?
Down around Montgomery County. So, I mean, down around north of Houston.
Okay. Over by like the Woodlands and all that?
Yeah.
Probably north of that.
It's, no, it's like east of, let's see, let me get my directions. It's east of 45. Like go to Conroe and then head east.
I got you. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Pflugerville. Now, I spent some time at Pflugerville. I got really drunk as shit in Pflugerville a couple times. Yeah, that's just north of Austin. So
you've got
Ohio has to knock 'em stiff.
Has what?
Knock 'em stiff.
Knock 'em stiff. I like it.
And Coolville.
Honcho says, jot 'em down, Texas. Cumming, Georgia. That's funny. There's a Blue Ball. Yeah, someone had mentioned Blue Ball, Pennsylvania. That might be the best. Intercourse, Pennsylvania, and Lampeter, Pennsylvania. What the hell's going up in Pennsylvania? Oh, there's a lot of Amish people up there, so you know, what is what it is. Gun Barrel City, Texas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not too far from Gun Barrel.
ZZZX, California.
You got you got a Moscow. There's a Moscow, Texas.
Yep,
which is
there is a Moscow. Sure is.
Mexia, which is Mexia, but people call it Mexia because it's Mexia. Tommy Lee Jones is from Mexia or Mexia.
Actually, Texas is actually pronounced Tejas.
Tejas. Yeah.
Alrighty. No more dumps yet. Literally a 300 vote in Purdue's race.
Yeah.
Warnock's got 34,000 vote lead over
0.8% if you're looking at the
we're talking the magic number is 0.5%. That gives you a recount. Climax, North Carolina, Paris, Texas, Paris, Mars.
That's what I'm saying. There's no I don't see a way at all. Now, who knows with Warnock Loeffler, but with Purdue Ossoff, it's not going to be within 0.5%. I just don't see how that's possible with the amount of votes that are left. I don't see how it's possible.
It's possible to be within or not to be within 0.5%.
It's not possible I don't think it's possible for Ossoff to beat Purdue by more than 0.5%.
Oh yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's going to be within that margin.
There's not that many votes left.
Right.
0.5% is what's 0.5% of 4.2 million? $42,000 votes.
44.2 million. 0.05. 210,000 votes.
Oh, okay. Times what?
You said 4 million votes, right? What does he say?
to
4,200,000
42000
0.05, right? Or it would be 0.005.
0.05 would be a 0.5%. Yeah, 210,000 votes. There's not. I don't think there's not 210,000 votes left.
There's no way there is.
Oh, wow, that's what I'm saying. No, there is not that many votes left.
Three-way Tennessee. That's pretty funny, actually. Hooker, Oklahoma. Pessimistic some bitch in Ohio. It's near Canton.
Realistic.
They're dogging on Loeffler. So it's Governor Brian Kemp appointed Kelly Loeffler to the Senate in 2019, surmising that she would appeal to moderates, but she moved to the right, becoming a major Trump supporter. So they're basically blaming her. Yeah.
Now Purdue is now up by about 500 votes. So went from 3 something. Yeah, no, that's the only thing it is.
You're over 30,000 votes on the Warnock, so
yeah,
you could call it for him at this point, pretty much.
Yeah.
The only if and or maybe is can Loeffler close if and supposing that they want to recount, can she close that gap possibly? But
he says I show 226,000 votes left total for the state.
Yeah, but that's across the entire state. And the vast majority of those are going to be in what I'm scrolling over that's red, pink, light red areas, as opposed to the major population centers. So a lot of that offset will cancel out.
I'm still
so Cobb is now over 98% reporting. Okay. And DeKalb is still at 92%. So
all these little trickle-in dumps have been. This sounds so funny, trickle-in dump, but the trickle-ins have probably come from Cobb.
Yeah, one would think at this point, or maybe DeKalb that's not just they haven't changed it yet.
That's true.
But I gotta say, Cobb, man, is less than under a 10-point game, 8 point game in Cobb. So it's not, that wasn't a blowout in Cobb County.
Right. 402 says, I thought they were done. No, there's one, Chatham County, which is Savannah, has said that they're done, but Clover seems to think that they're well over 98% already reporting. So what's up? Yeah. What's up, Mike?
Midnight.
A bad Cobb cell will give you the trickle-in dump.
So as far as tonight goes, about all we can say with this is if they do say go to bed and we'll know tomorrow, the only games they can play or shenanigans they can play, I possibly see that they can play with the Purdue Ossoff at this point, is to be able to pad Ossoff enough that gets him over that 0.5%. Yeah.
Well, Purdue is they had a small little, that sounds so funny, a small little dump. But now Purdue's got a 4,000 vote lead. It's still 50-50. It's still a virtual tie.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is
crazy.
Nuts. So
I told you there was going to be shenanigans and bullshit.
Okay, so Rich is saying that Fox has shown that Chatham is at 100% reporting.
Well, it says I'm looking at with New York Times here, it says greater than 98%. So yeah, it very well could be.
But they were the ones that said they were done for the night. Maybe they were done for the night because they fucking turned in all their votes in already.
There comes a point, like when it's over 98% reporting, depending on that it really doesn't make that much of a difference.
Honcho says live report.
I mean, it'll make a difference. Like I'm saying, it'll make a difference as far as recount, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't make a difference.
You know, as of right now, it does not look good for Loeffler.
No,
I think we all feel pretty comfortable in saying that the Purdue Ossoff race, one way or another, is probably going to go to a recount. It does not look like the Loeffler race, as of right now, would go that way. And there's a small little one there, and Warnock is now 50.4, so he gained a 1/10%. So it's 50.4 to 49.6. So that's 0.8. Is that correct? If my math is not mistaken, it's 0.8. So she is outside the thing. And the Purdue Ossoff is virtually a tie. It's 3,000 vote different.
So the only county that is below 98% reporting right now is DeKalb. I went through every single one of them, and I'm showing that's the only one I'm showing that is less than 98%. All the rest are showing greater than 98%. Every other county. So
the only one that's really left is DeKalb, and that is typically historically a blue county, correct?
Yeah, but
what's the ratio
there's
tonight?
There's not that many votes left in DeKalb, according to what I'm looking at and what they said a while ago, because you're at about 300,000 votes, and at 120,000 votes, they said there was about 170,000 left. You know what I mean? So there's not that many votes.
Yeah.
So
now Chris is out there saying it has to be 5149. No, it actually has to be 50.5 or actually 50.2 to 47.3 or whatever. Someone's saying that it's a 0.5%. A 0.5% is the runoff margin. 0.5%. Honcho says, let's have a runoff for the runoff of the runoff. No more talk. David, pick up your slingshot. It says
the runoff comes into play when you have multiple candidates.
Yep.
And that the better than 50 is when you have multiple candidates. When you have two, then it can't be. One has to be better than 50 and one has to be less than 50.
Right, because there's no write-ins.
Only two.
County, third party, there's no write-ins. It is two candidates.
Right. So then you're just looking at the margin for recount, which is a 0.5%.
Calavera says, damn, just got off Sandy's and you're still on. Hell yeah, dude. We're in it to win it. Patriot says, but don't they still have to count those mail-in ballots yet? I think that those
come first.
Those come in.
That's what somebody from Georgia said earlier, I think.
Yep.
And that's what was kind of alluded to with these New York Times reporters, was that the mail-in was heavily Democrat, and that's already been counted.
And the walk-ups were going to be supposedly, possibly heavily Republican.
Yeah.
Man, that first DeKalb don't really, man, that was crazy.
2,000, yeah, we've seen that coming though. 2,000 votes now. Purdue is ahead.
Yep, 2,000, and Warnock is up 35,000.
Yeah. Loeffler's toast. I mean, I don't think at this point, I don't think she could pull even to recount status.
Yeah, she's done.
I think she's done.
Put a fork in her.
I think
so. Man, this is nuts. The ups, the ebbs, and the flows that is election night.
They're claiming that right here, another reporter chimed in claiming that that there's not a whole lot of votes left, but the remaining vote is overwhelmingly Democrat.
Joe Biden.
Yeah, overwhelmingly Democrat. But again, I mean, I don't think there's the math don't add up that there's enough votes to kick it over that 0.5%. I don't think, because we're looking right now at 0.8, right? Is a 30,000. You know what I'm saying? It's 30,000 votes. 0.8 is, And it's like, I just don't. I don't think there's more than that. I mean, Purdue is ahead, so you got to have.
You got to make up that. I mean, I know it's only 2,000, but it's still you got to make up that 2,000-3,000 before you know.
Yeah, before you can start pulling ahead to get the 0.5 or whatever. Yeah, you got to make up that deficit. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
This is nuts. This is nuts.
Crazy boy.
I mean, who would have thunk 5 years ago? Think about where we were 5 years ago. We obviously didn't know each other because none of us were doing YouTube 5 years ago. So just think about 5 years ago. Do you think that we would all be here on this tiny, small channel in the middle of YouTube talking about a Georgia Senate runoff?
No.
Now,
2016, I was in a Facebook group feed, whatever, with the general election.
Yeah,
but yeah, not a freaking Georgia, a state runoff. State we don't even. I know nothing about. We can't even pronounce the names of the counties correctly.
I lived there for a while. Back in sixth grade.
I've been there a bunch. I've never lived in Georgia.
I've got family that came from Georgia, and think I still have some family in Georgia, some extended family down the line somewhere that are in Georgia. But
I've got people down in Hinesville by Fort Stewart. Well, they're near. They don't actually live in Hinesville.
We gonna be on here for a little bit longer? I'm good.
It's your show, bro.
Oh man, I mean, if y'all are wanting to leave, we can cut this. I'm not going to do this by myself. So if y'all want to leave, I have no problem cutting it.
Well, you got 52 watching, and I'm thinking that crazy. Probably they want you to leave it up to them, man.
All right, we're 5 minutes away from being on for 4 hours. Chris says on until we die. Let's hear from you guys. So Honcha says his Army MOS school is at Fort Gordon, Georgia. They're saying yes to stay on. Well, all right. If that's the case, I need to go get something else to drink real quick. And I'm going to throw.
Well, he said, Max Hart said I would say yes. And then he says, I'm out. It's like, okay.
Yes, but no.
Okay. Yes, but you guys stay on, but I'm out.
He said, well, go get something to drink. He's saying don't be depressed by all this, dude. There's,
who said that?
Seriously, I'm curious how old Max Hart is.
Oh, Max, yeah.
But man, don't.
Not the first time this has happened.
Don't. Yeah. Life will continue to go on.
All this means, even if they do win both seats, all this means we just have to fight harder. That's it.
That's
right. It doesn't. And let's say that a miracle happens and the Republicans win both seats, we still have to fight.
Right.
So regardless of what happens, we cannot kick back and go, "Oh yeah, this is done. Fuck yeah, we win. Give me a beer."
Or we can't go back and say, "Fuck, we've lost."
Right.
Absolutely.
We've gotten kind of to where we're at because of something called the Trump slump and people sitting back on their laurels. So, we can't do that. And the thing is, I'm fully convinced that they're going to do some things, and not necessarily Second Amendment things, but they're going to do some things that I see a flip coming in Congress. The Democrats only have the House by like 11 seats. Is it 20
Something
seats?
like that. It's not much.
Yeah, not many. And we know how close, obviously, from the race tonight, the Senate is. So, in 2 years, you can't tell me we can't survive 2 years of, fighting and doing what we can. And then, maybe a flip comes in 2 years. We don't know. It's happened before, many times before.
I predict it'll happen again as long as they don't cheat.
Well, you got to think that with 2 years there, and everything that's went on, you're probably going to see some changes in some things, I would think.
Yeah, but changes in which direction? Because in these 2 years, they can do everything they
Yeah.
can to make it easier for them to retain their power.
Yeah. Now, Chris out there, I agree with you, bro. 100%. He said we were all here before with Obama. We'll overcome this BS again. Yeah, I totally agree. Obama, think about it. I know of 3 movies that showed in movie theaters documentaries about Obama. I haven't seen that one movie documentary on Biden. That's how fear-mongery and upset and worried and depressed people were about Obama, right? And we're here.
I hated this son of a bitch. I'm not going to mince words on it. Hated everything he stood for. He was a communist.
Seven Waters is in China's pocket. I got news for you. A lot of people have been over the years in China's pocket.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's not a specific to Biden.
No. I was talking about Obama. But yeah, Biden too.
Yeah.
And all the rest of them.
So nobody who the end is near. I don't know if you're talking religiously or what, but either way, nah. I don't agree with that.
It ain't the end.
We have survived far worse.
Yep.
We have survived civil wars. We have survived world wars. We have survived legitimate pandemics. We survived a catastrophic Great Depression. We've survived political wars. We've survived horrible times. That's all I'm going to say about it. And from a racial standpoint, and from a lot of other, horrible, dark times. We've survived it all. So we're Americans, by God. We'll roll it. We'll pull up our bootstraps. We'll roll up our sleeves. We'll do what we got to do.
After we cry and whine for a bit.
What did I miss?
We're just trying to give everybody a pep talk.
Yeah, we're trying to be a little optimistic, actually.
Not depressed over this. Life will go on. The sun will come up. Nobody's going to start entering nuclear launch codes.
This doesn't mean we've defeated. It just means we need to fight harder. That's it.
Maybe this is a shot across the bow that we needed,
And it's not totally unexpected. I mean, I don't know anybody that's watching this election going, less than 1 point on each race. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Really?
Yeah, right.
Really? This doesn't surprise me.
Actually, you know what?
There was a runoff.
I figured the margin would be bigger towards the D's. I honestly did.
Ancho says, do you need some nuclear launch codes? I may know a guy. Man, I was watching the thing. Did you watch the thing from Pawn Stars that they had the nuclear launch keys that they tried to sell or whatever? Wasn't that cool? I would love to have a set of those. I need to find a fake set just because. Those are awesome.
At first, they thought they were it was just aluminum keys. It wouldn't just be something like this. It turned out, no, they were legit. You're like, oh shit,
Yeah. It was like a decommissioned thing or something. Yeah, or no, it was one that launched from a submarine, wasn't it? Or something.
There's sub keys. Yeah, there's sub keys.
And the sub the sub had been decommissioned or something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. No changes yet. I haven't seen anything changed yet. So the keys are no good unless you get the gun to go with it.
So, I know I think it's Wild out there is mentioning Biden, them kicking Biden out or whatever. They're going to have a hard road to hoe, I think. Biden has not spent as many years as he spent in public service to achieve the pinnacle of public service, which is the presidency, to just roll over and let them boot him out. And that's a process. That's a process that has to be gone through. So, if you're, I don't understand anybody. Is that a possibility? Sure, I mean anything's possible, but why are we hanging our hat on that and gloom and dooming on it? It would make more sense that he would go his 4 years and just kind of be in the background, and you don't see much of him, just enough to kind of get by for 4 years. He don't run for re-election, and then she steps up, at that point to run.
Did you throw up a little bit?
I'm about to be like my cat with a hairball.
Yeah. So Tennessee Gun Guy says, I finally see who the inspiration for the Daily Gun Show video intro. I don't know what the intro was tonight, so please elaborate, sir. He's probably making fun of us for being on for 4 hours.
Probably.
Oh, I bet you he went. Yeah, he talked about corking or something, probably.
Mm-hmm. Corking? I've been on for 4 hours.
Right. What? Well Arm says 4,000 absentee ballots just came into Fulton County. What?
No shit.
Are you serious?
Well, imagine that.
Right.
Fulton County. Fulton County has been greater than 98% reporting forever now. Of course, that's a big county.
Not now.
4,000 votes.
So 4,000 is as a percentage.
Now my numbers have not changed yet, so
I don't show anything either.
I'm gonna be nosy.
Should we go over there and?
I don't know. Yeah, see, the cab's still 92%. Yeah.
No, Joe Saunders said I thought they had to be in by 8. They had to be in, but they might not have been counted or reported.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think at this point, where I'm sitting, there will be a recount either way. Purdue, Ossoff.
For Purdue, yeah.
And
Waffler's
done. She's done.
Yeah, I think so too.
So, regardless of what else they do tonight, or what they report tonight, or whatever, I mean, I think that's what we're looking at.
I'll put it to you this way: if something happens overnight that Ossoff wins by a greater than the 0.5%, then you've got some explaining to do, Lucy. Someone's going to have to be cheated for that to happen for the Purdue race. Yeah, because Warnock's at 0.8% has held steady pretty like that for the last while.
Oh, Tennessee Gun Guy said that G's had your face swapped out for Bruce Lee's in an intro that he's playing over there that he didn't realize till just now. That's funny.
No, that's funny. I hadn't seen that. So
I haven't noticed it.
That's funny shit. Oh, for a few weeks. By the time I get the notification for DGS, the intro is usually gone. So
right.
I haven't seen it yet.
What are you eating? Popcorn?
Popcorn, man.
I'm so hungry, man. I should have taken a break and fixed my. Yeah, I was gonna have breakfast.
Go get something to eat real quick, man.
Yeah, I'm good. I'll be all right till we decide to call it quits.
Yeah, I forgot. I've got a 5-layer burrito from Taco Bell sitting on the counter. I forgot about.
So yeah, I haven't had Taco Bell since over a year probably.
Either.
So my wife come up with something that I'm going to run this by you and everybody in the chat since we're kind of at a standstill right now anyway.
All right.
So the whole keto thing and the whole, diet and the other stuff, right? So popcorn, obviously, you can't have. So she found this thing where you take cheese. Well, she got some like smoked Gouda, I think is what she got. And you cube it up and you set it out on a tray and just leave it out till it like gets crusty.
Okay. And
then you put it in the oven and you bake it. And it puffs supposedly like popcorn. It kind of puffs, but the outside, because it's been left out in the air for a few days, the outside is kind of crispy. Yeah. It just sounds gross to me with leaving cheese out for days like that.
I wouldn't do it, but
ugh.
You're muted, Mike. You're still muted, Mike. You're still muted, Mike. There you go.
I am going to have to try it.
Oh, there you go. I'm not very good at lip reading, so.
Go right ahead. Calabar said he had venison tacos. That sounds good. I had I've got some sausage and stuff in there, which is deer and wild pig.
Like summer sausage or
what? I've got it all. I've got some link sausage, summer sausage, and pan sausage. So I've had a couple of omelets with some of that and breakfast tacos and some other things. But I've just got regular pan sausage, pork sausage in there. I fixed earlier, so I'm gonna scramble up some eggs here in a little bit. Throw it on a couple of low carb.
Actually, explaining you the scientific procedure of why that happens. He says because the inner soft cheese expands and tries to push out, but can't because the shell probably leaving the cheese out for a couple days.
Whatever.
Yeah, right. Oh Lord.
Now, Honcho Fett said he just made some Lowry's hot and spicy pork rinds. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I've got those. That's my popcorn pretty much is the microwave pork rinds. So
I need to order some of those.
No, man, they're off the chain.
I love popcorn, man. I could eat popcorn every night if I wanted to, if I could. But I'm saying
I used to, but I can't eat the shit anymore. You know, I got to do the low carb thing, and well, popcorn ain't.
Mm-hmm.
I've lost 30 pounds, so I throw in every now and then.
Yeah. Yep.
The popcorn thing.
I'm trying to.
On this morning, so I'll find out Friday.
I've got about a 5-pound recovery thing that I'm trying to get over from the holidays and stuff, man. Jeez, I went too far, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah. I had my blood meal this morning, so we'll find out Friday what the results are.
We had the Christmas, and then all of that extended through New Year because of everybody's schedules, and then on top of that, they released the McRib in December, and it's like, holy geez, man! And we got a freaking Chick-fil-A that's halfway close now, and so, good Lord, you talking about fell off the wagon, and thankfully, not but about a 5-pound difference, but yeah, it fell off the wagon lately.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Because I think I've lost about 35 pounds, but I know I've put on some muscle because I feel better, and I've been, I was working out there for a while. So I've lost total 30 pounds, but I put about 5 pounds of muscle on, which I feel great. I feel as good as I have in years, but I really never did notice it until the other day. Like I had like a t-shirt on underneath the hoodie, and I took my hoodie off, and even my wife was like, damn, like, I didn't realize like you lost like a shit ton of weight. And I was like, yeah, 30 pounds, and the love handles are gone and all that. So it's nice to feel like you're in fighting shape again almost,
Yeah.
Going back to Krav Maga tomorrow. Oh shit. Okay. Ozzy says, I'm still at 260, baby.
Rookie numbers.
210 is a rookie number. That's funny.
So it's 260.
I was
Sucks.
I was about 203 back this spring. I'm 5'7", so 203. A lot of my
that's kind of portly.
Yeah, and I used to think, well, I've got a lot of muscle. I was strong now. 200 for 5'7" is. I was not obese by any means. I knew I was out of shape, and I felt, and so I started. Like I said, I've dropped 30 some odd pounds, and I feel great. So if I can do it, anyone can do it. And honest to God, most of it came down to switching from regular Coke to like a diet soda. I don't drink I drink a lot of water, but if you're going to drink a soda, you can still drink soda. Just make it, those. And I tell you what, you're going to, if you're doing the low carb thing, don't do a no carb thing. That's not good for you.
Yeah.
I used to give myself, when I first started, about 20 to 25 grams of carbs a day. And after about a week or so, and you get into ketosis, you're just going to shed it. Now I give myself about 60, 70 carbs a day right now, and I'm maintaining at 170 now for a while.
Dude, I struggle to keep it at fucking 30 grams 3 times a day.
Yeah.
Because I love me some fucking bread, man.
I haven't had bread.
I love bread.
I love it. Can't do it right.
And not eating it just sucks.
Mm-hmm.
So I tell you one thing that I eat a lot of, and it really doesn't affect me. I mean, I'm pretty much in maintenance phase at this point, and I can eat more of it than I used to. But low carb wheat tortillas.
Yes, I'm eating popcorn. Yeah.
Low carb wheat tortillas. Got to be both.
Yep.
The reason it's got to be both is
3 net grams, I believe.
The fiber in the wheat helps offset other. Fiber offsets carbs, right? So pay attention to that.
Right.
And then the other one is Sara Lee makes it's called Delight or Delightful or something. It's a low calorie. I think it says low calorie bread. Is that what it says? I think. But it's like low calorie, low sugar. And so the carbs are fairly low on it as well. Now I get the multigrain, which what does that mean? That means the fiber is higher in it, right? The fiber content. So it cancels out even more. And so that's a couple of things bread wise that I can do that makes a difference. I'll tell you another thing that if you're talking about burgers or you're talking about something like that, scramble you up some eggs, get you a little single serve waffle iron, scramble you up some eggs and throw some cheese, and you could throw some chives or you could throw some bacon bits or whatever else in there, right? And basically cook you 2 egg waffles and put your hamburger patty on those egg waffles. It's good.
So I like chips. I like salsa, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. 0 carb chips. And they're good. You like cheese?
Oh yeah, shit! I sat here and ate half a pound of it while we were talking.
Right. So go get a bag of shredded Parmesan and shredded sharp cheddar, and you put like 2 cups of each in a bowl, and stir it all together. And then get like a little tablespoon, and just put scoops of them out, like you would a cookie sheet on a baking pan. Put it on for 400 degrees for 10 minutes. Pull them out and let them sit. And in about 5 minutes, they are hard, crisp chips made out of cheese, and they're amazing. And there's 0 carbs.
You could do the same. You could do the same thing. Take you a rolling pin or something, but you're going to do it on a larger basis, right? Make them bigger, not just like a teaspoon, but make them bigger. Several inches across, and take you like 2 canned goods or something like that, and set your rolling pin on top of them. And then when you take them out of the oven, get them on the spatula or whatever, and pick them up and lay them over so they droop over the rolling pin. And when they harden, you've got a taco shell.
Still it. Yep. You can do that. 97% still, so nothing's changed.
Yeah, and I don't think I'm looking at some of the reporters that are coming in. Some of the reporters are coming in, and it doesn't look like we're going to see anything tonight. What they're saying. 2 big questions. Will either race be
ballot dump?
Says 2 big question. Will either race be called tonight? And will they fall within the 0.5 percentage point Georgia's recount window? If Ossoff wins, he might find himself in that window. And then another one here says, other questions. What would a 50-50 split in the Senate mean for policy in a Biden-Harris administration? Could it mean $2,000 pandemic checks in the near future?
Yeah, it could, but what are you going to have to give up for that $2,000 check?
Right. I hadn't even got my 600. Speaking of that,
yeah, me neither.
I got mine.
But I looked today. I didn't know this. I went and looked up like what happens if you don't receive it, and they said if you don't receive it when you file your income tax, it should have a little It should have a little box, and you say I didn't receive it or whatever, and then basically it's a credit.
You get a credit, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, that's interesting. Cool.
Because my daughter's 23. We still claim her as a dependent. We did not get money for her. So we're going to go and take that. All right. So here's the deal. We still got 37 people. Thank God for you guys. I don't know what the hell y'all are thinking. Hell, Purdue just went down to a 1,000 vote lead.
Yeah, it did. Went from .034 to .03.
Right.
We're going to wake up to a 50-50 Senate, folks. That's just accept it. We just got to buckle down and fight every damn thing they want to do.
Quite possibly.
Yep. So we're going to go ahead and start. We're going to get the fuck out of here is what we're going to do.
All right.
4 hours and 20 minutes. Thank you to everyone that's been out there. Oh, wow. Thanks to our super chat from William Keller. Appreciate it. Thanks for all you do. 2A in the country is in trouble. If we let it happen, it is. If we let it happen. So it is what it is. So the ammo and gun prices go up this week.
If they're already ain't nothing on the shelf, what more can they do?
Yeah. But yeah, thanks for watching. I hope we had fun. We've talked a lot about a lot of things, but we try not to spin anything. We give what the numbers are. We try to explain maybe how it's happening. We won't project, but we'll look at trends, and that's kind of what Clover was doing with his trending things. Say, let's see what's trending and all that. Thanks to everyone out there that's actually in Georgia that was giving us like local updates. That was awesome.
Yeah,
that was great. Mike, I want to bring you in and let you kind of plug any projects, plug the channel, plug the show, do all that. Tell people where they can find your sorry ass.
I'm Mike with Budget Guns and Gear Reviews. You can find me here on YouTube at Budget Guns and Gear Reviews. I do a show every week talking about this stuff, Second Amendment related politics, news, and current events called The Right of the People, where we use the first to defend the second. It's every Friday night at 11:30 p.m. Eastern, except this Friday. I'm taking a break because I'm going camping and getting some dirt time in and hopefully making some content out there in the woods. So yeah, I need to clear my head. So yeah, you can find me here on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, Parler, yada yada, EIO.
Yeah,
you know, all of that stuff. Also write for Gear Report, just like these other two guys do. So yeah, you can find us all over. So,
Arizona Prepper said just subbed a budget.
Well, thank
you. And John DePietro says, come on, one more hour. It's been 4.5 hours. Well, and yeah.
One thing I want to leave,
John, go ahead and start a live and I'll come watch.
Right.
I want to leave you guys with is just because just because the Republicans are appearing to lose this one, just like we appear to have lost the presidency. It'll be a split Senate with Kamala Harris casting a deciding tie vote. That doesn't mean things are over. It's not a supermajority. We can get Democrats to flip to our quote unquote side of the street on certain issues, particularly Second Amendment issues. You know, it ain't over by a long shot. This is not the end. This is the beginning, and we just need, as I said earlier, if you were here, we were going to have to fight anyway, even if the Republicans won it. Now we're just going to have to fight harder. That's it, man. Nothing has changed. We still got to fight. So don't ever give that fight up. That's all I'm going to say.
Love it. Love it.
Thanks.
Yeah. And like I said, I love when you have a day off on Tuesday, which doesn't happen about every 6 weeks to 2 months.
Yeah.
I believe the last time you had a Tuesday off was election night, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
So, yeah, it looks like we're waiting until tomorrow to find out. We'll see. But yeah, thanks for coming on, Mike. Clover, what you got going on, buddy?
Yeah, I'll talk about that in a second. But, on a positive note, I just want to say this. I mean, yeah, I mean, we've been through dark times before. We'll make it through this. Somebody can take every single thing from you, but they don't truly win until they break your spirit. And they cause you to be hopeless and they cause you to be depressed. So regardless, if the sun's shining tomorrow, get out and enjoy the day. And like Budget is going to go camping, man, go hiking or go just get out on the range and be conservative with your ammo, I guess, but shoot something and enjoy life, period. Right. Because they win when we're all gloom and doom and it's all over, and they're winning. You're letting them win. Don't let them just beat you down like that. That's ridiculous. So that's my advice. As far as what's going on, I mentioned it earlier. Good Lord, it was 4 hours ago now. But tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern, will be the 5,000 subscriber extravaganza match game trivia thing. So make sure you brush up on your CloverTac content because there will be trivia stuff. There'll be, I heard it's Rough Rider up for grabs. There'll be a ransom multi-cal steady rest up for grabs, a Swagger bipod, a good Lord, AR 500 10-inch steel gong, among various other prizes that you could win. It's a thank you to those people that pushed me over the 5,000 mark. So again, it's already on the channel. If you want more details on how the game's going to be played, as well as the prizes, jump over on the channel. Check out that upcoming live stream that'll be tomorrow. I've got a link to the website, and it'll tell you all of that. So I know there's folks that have been out there for the 4 hours
whole time.
So, I just want to say this isn't my channel, but I still want to say thank you for that. It's amazing for those that have been on for 3 hours or 2 or even 1. Amazing. And thanks for the interaction. And again, I want to leave you with, don't let anyone break your spirit. Don't let anyone take away your zest for life, please, because when you let them do that, ultimately you let them win at that point, and don't give them the satisfaction. Thanks for the live, Ghost. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming on, buddy. Yeah, I'm gonna kind of echo that sentiment that I'm gonna take kind of what Clover said and morph it into what Mike's gonna do this weekend. If you start feeling yourself kind of getting upset and depressed and all that, it sounds like it's hard, but it's really not. Turn your phones off and TV off for 24 hours. And get that 24-hour social media cleanse. Don't watch TV. Don't check your phone. Don't do nothing. And the best thing you can do, it's January, guys. Take the family out to the backyard or somewhere, camp out, or just build a campfire and sit around as families and cook dogs and s'mores and just enjoy each other as family without any electronics. I promise you think your kids are going to hate that. I promise you, if you teach your kids how to build a fire, that's a trait and a tool that they could use for the rest of their life. And you'd be amazed at how much fun they have sitting around telling old stories and just talking around a campfire with their family. I know it sounds crazy, but trust me, it's a pretty cool, awesome experience. So, yeah, enjoy your family. And if you feel like you're set, like if you feel like you're getting down, you don't want to do with this anything right now, that's right. Unplug the cord, disconnect for 24 hours. Not, you don't have to do the whole weekend or a whole week. Just unplug for 24 hours or even just the night. And say, hey, no phones from 7 o'clock at night till 7 in the morning tomorrow. No phones, no computers, no tablets, no TV. We're going to just relax. Kate, like a kid fishing or hunting. Absolutely. I had them weld. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that you can do. But enjoy it. And thank you. 4.5 hours of listening to the three of us ramble on about election stuff. I promise you this is not going up on podcast form because there is no way in hell someone on iHeartRadio is going to listen to 4.5 hours of the three of us talking. That being said, thank you for everyone that was out there, whether you're on for 5 minutes or 4.5 hours. It was truly an honor to be able to dance in front of you and maybe tell a little story. And hopefully, if you were paying attention to this, maybe we gave you a little bit of enjoyment to instead of just watching Fox and all that. That's what it's all about. We enjoy being around our friends. We enjoy hanging out with our YouTube family and friends and all of that out there. So we still got like 30 people watching, and 4.5 hours later. And like I said, I gotta get to bed, or at least use the restroom and smoke and all those things. Take the dog out for a walk. She's probably damn pissed off at me. And all of that stuff. But thank you so much for always watching. Thanks to everyone out there who super chatted. Those are going towards Operation Gratitude for care packages for our troops overseas. Thanks to my patrons for always supporting everything that we're doing. Thanks for the member. We got Cherry City is a member over on YouTube now, which is crazy. We've got a YouTube member, which is kind of like patron. Anyways, go check out Mike. Go check out Clover. Go check out Rich White's been out there. Go check out 402. I think we saw Patriot in the Dark. We saw Midnight Range Team. There's a bunch of guys out there doing really cool content out there. Two-way, pro-gun, pro-two-way content. Go check them out and support as many people as we can. And if you're willing and able to, please, now more than ever, we need as many pro-gun, pro-2A cameras turned on. If you've ever thought about starting your own YouTube channel, don't get discouraged. Contact me, contact Mike, Clover. Any of us are willing and able to help you get started. We need as many pro-gun, pro-2A cameras on YouTube as we can possibly get right now. So if you've ever thought about it, let's start tomorrow. And all it takes right there is a cell phone like Mike's holding up. And it doesn't have to be good. Just make content. So it is what it is. But yeah, thanks to everyone watching, especially for 4.5 hours. Appreciate you guys. Now you got to get out. You don't have to go home, but as Clover says, you guys get the hell out of here. Go check out Daily Gun Show. He's probably still on. Daily Gun Show with G-Webs and all that. Go check them out. And thanks for watching. Thanks for being part of tonight. It's been fun. We learned some things tonight. I hope you might have learned some stuff. Either way, we had fun watching results. So we'll see you soon. Peace out. Semper Fi.